was a California August in '82 when my mother gave birth to the Spam Tech crew. 13 years later had me looking at Linux. Programming made me stronger like Papa the Spinach. Now, people know that a DG carry weapons, but if that weapon is a nest, you step in. We finish Contra with only one life. Finish Metal Gear 2 using only a knife. Right. People might think that we're frontin', then they see all the news online that I'm putting. My rhymes flow just like my code, even though my source is owned by SCO. What about my Indian? I keep it low. See me on Gunbound, call me pro. I'm a certified legend, but I'm still your bro. This is a PSA, boy, the more you know. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spam. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spam. I said my heart's wide open, goatsy, and my windows min like Hochi. I'm just another nerd, but I rap about it. Shit talk on the net, then I laugh about it. I've been caught slipping like the Star Wars kid when I'm on eBay sniping a bid. Catch me on a webcam like Numa Numa. See me at the club and I'm rocking Puma. Another net legend if you see me yodel. Spit a little something that's anecdotal. Tell me about the time the E-Bombs world stole your chop like I stole your girl. Catch me on Gen May, not something awful. Low tax would ban me, raffle. I'm a certified legend, but I'm still your bro. This is a PSA, boy, the more you know. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spam. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spams. Yeah. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spam. I'm a legend everywhere that I go. Every distro, every Craigslist hoe pumping they fist, yo. Can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's jams, and they can't get enough of Whitey Cracker's spams. Yeah.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD. Once again, I am live, bringing you Gabbing with Geeks. That, of course, was the theme song, half of it done by Katsuhiro Amico, and the first half done by YT Cracker. And of course, joining me on this grand adventure of geekdom is none other than the Stimpy to my Ren, the Teller to my Pen, the Too Hot Scott. What's up, Finbar?
Good evening, Tony. How you doing?
No Call No Show says, I am the meatbag. I am the meat popsicle. Ooh, that sounds dirty. So how's your week been? How's it been going?
Yeah, not too bad. I've been at the. I don't know if you know much about the Royal Military Tattoo that happens in Edinburgh every year, Tony. Are you aware of that? Not. What happens every year is they construct a stadium around Edinburgh Castle, and then various militaries from around the world come and display their marching and music skills and stuff. And I'm sitting there this year. My wife managed to score tickets. Mrs. Saunders managed to get 3 tickets to the show, so myself, her, and Rosie went. And I'm sitting there, and the Royal Air Force come out, and they're doing their march, and they're marching along to the band that's playing, and the band is playing this song. And I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, what is this? I know this song, and it's none other than a song from Final Fantasy VII. I turn to my wife and daughter, and I'm looking at them, and you know that the way you would look around and you would just like look, listen to what they're playing, like expecting people to know what this is.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't do anything. They never looked to like as if they recognised the song. And I'm looking around all the other people around me, none of them recognise it either. And I thought, it's because I'm the only geek in the stadium here. And I felt like standing up and just shouting, "Nerds!" like that to the RAF, because I don't like the RAF anyway. But then I would have given away that I'm also a nerd, and I don't want to do that. So I didn't do it. They would have shot me. Let's be honest. They could have just, because they were doing rifle drills, so they could have just turned around and shot me, or ran up to the stands and stabbed me with a bayonet. So
damn. No, they can't do that.
Best not piss off the RAF. I say, just let them dance to the Final Fantasy music.
There was that story about the autistic kid who got arrested by the UK police for saying that the officer looked like her lesbian aunt.
Yeah, but to be fair, she did. I mean,
I don't know what the kid's lesbian aunt looks like, so I can't say if she did, but probably.
I'm only assuming she looked like that lesbian police officer. I don't know the whole story. I mean, come on, it sounds a bit. I did see a little bit of the video of the kid kind of hiding in a cupboard and shouting abuse at the police. Let's be honest, like autistic or not, you're getting arrested. You know,
not in the
we'll
US.
Sort it all out. We'll sort it all out down the station. They say.
She's just saying mean words
the shit out of her like they do in the USA, so it was okay.
Well, it was a white girl, so they wouldn't have done that. Now, if it was a black kid, they probably would have shot him, and all over the news.
Well, not in the UK,
In the UK, no, they gave him a check and sent him on his way.
We don't quite have those kind of issues in the UK. Well, we do, but not to the same degree you guys have.
I just thought that was a funny story.
But how's your tooth? I know you're in pain at the moment, aren't you?
I'm in a lot of pain. I got a bad toothache. My wisdom tooth is coming in. 42 years old, and my wisdom tooth decides to push its way into my jaw.
So that's what it is. It's a wisdom tooth.
Yeah, it's kicking my ass.
You need some surgery there, Tony. I'm afraid.
I might. I took a lot of pain pills, so hopefully that works. If not, I'm just going to slam my head repeatedly into a wall.
All you're going to do is kill yourself.
But then the pain will be away.
That will fix the problem ultimately, but I mean, you don't really want to do that. I just assumed it was that you drunk so much Monster that it had rotted every tooth in your head, and that's why they were hurting. Then I remember you only drink sugar-free.
Yeah, it's only like 20% of the teeth that are rotting away from Monster. But other than that, it's been a fairly uneventful week. I took off Tuesday from work. I just decided I wasn't going to show up, and so spent all day playing Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah,
we still on that?
Yeah, I went back to it. I replayed it from the beginning. So
terrible.
I am. I'm a terrible person for playing Hogwarts. I was doing it in honor of J.K. Rowling because they just I went to the museum and like spray painted over her portrait there at the Harry Potter Museum.
So which museum?
The Harry Potter one.
Which one? There's more than one.
The big one, I guess. I just seen the headline: "Activist spray paints over J.K. Rowling portrait at Harry Potter Museum."
Because there's a few of those. Well, not so much museums, but there's a few places that they take people on tour out here. Because of course she came up with the story here in Edinburgh. So I wonder if it was here it happened. We'll have to look that up.
Let's see. No, it was. This one says Vancouver.
Well, Canada.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Canada's too lefty for its own good.
That's an old article. That's not the one. It's not the current one. Man, apparently this has happened a lot of times.
Well, yeah, I mean, she became quite the figure of hate, didn't she? So,
yeah. This is Harry Potter author cool. J.K. Rowling removed from U.S. Museum of Pop Culture over transphobic views. Yeah, okay, so that's what it was. It was a U.S. museum. It was the Pop Culture Museum in Seattle. Very lefty.
What, she was removed from it?
Yeah, I guess they had a portrait or something, and they just like spray painted over it.
Okay.
She's terrible, terrible lady.
Yeah.
What's up, Nerdette? 56 says rinse your mouth out after you drink sugar water. There you go.
Rinse it out with more sugar water.
That's what I usually do.
So like I said, no teeth left.
Yeah. So Tuesday, I took the day off. It was fantastic. Just sat around playing video games. The kid's not in school, so I didn't have to worry about getting up to get the kid to school or nothing. So it's really good. Me and Bianca did record on Thursday the anime hour stuff, but unfortunately, I was so lazy I didn't edit in the
clips.
The clips, yeah. So I haven't got that done, but I'll probably do that tomorrow after I go by my dad's house to mow the lawn, as I do every Sunday. Nerdette says, "Did you get Isom yet?" No, but I did get the email saying that it has been shipped, so it should be reaching my door Monday or Tuesday.
Is this Isom number 2?
Isom number 2, yeah.
So what's the frequency of these issues? Every 6 months?
I think it's about every 6 months. He's supposed to be picking up steam because there's going to be like Isom and then Yaira and then Alpha Core. So there's going to be like 3 or 4 books in the universe of Isom. So we might get one. Like if they space it out correctly, you might get one every like 3 months. Right?
Are they all going to be as vague and obviously AI generated as this first one?
Probably. It says like more like one a year. It's weird though, because like the first one was supposed to be already written. It was supposed to be already done, written, and all printed out, right? But he didn't want to ship them until after the campaign was completed and all at once. Like he didn't want to ship out like, the early people first or whatever. I wanted to make sure it all went out at once. And I guess he's doing the same thing, more or less. Yeah. It is the most anti-woke comic in history and has the worst story than Layfield's Youngblood. Yeah. And some of the worst art. The art is terrible in some of it. Professionals.
Well, he has Layfield quality feet, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Saw one of them panels. Looked like the guy had 2, what do you call the front part of your foot? Ball of your foot. Looks like he had 2 balls.
Well, I hope the guys have 2 balls. I thought it looked like he had 2 like crab claws for feet.
Or a hoof.
Yeah. So hopefully that improves. But I doubt it will because number 2 was supposedly already written as number 1 was getting shipped out. So I guess any criticism from the first one, number 3 will be like when he is first able to apply that criticism. But
is he
apparently,
farming out is he farming out the writing to the other people, or is he writing them all?
Supposedly he's writing. He's writing Isom, and then Yaira is being written by some ladies called the Soska sisters, and then someone else is writing Alpha Core. I think Chuck Dixon is writing Alpha Core. Not that any of those names.
Chuck Dixon.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting. Like I said, there's some reviews out there of number 2, and they are not very positive.
Well, I'm gonna have to give the Chuck Dixon one the benefit of the doubt because I liked his Batman back in the day. So I'm not gonna say I'm gonna check it out because that would be a lie. But I mean, I would give it the benefit of the doubt. I'll see if it's any good. I'll read up on it, see if it's any good first before.
Our stalker is here. He says, "Couldn't wait long enough to hate Eric July. Couldn't. Someone asked me about it.
Oh, is this guy an Eric July simp? Is he?
He is. It's weird. At least like when a guy simps for like a hot chick, he might get some like nude pictures or something, right? Like this guy can't even get a like from Eric July on any of his tweets, right? This guy is simping so hard for Eric July to get Senpai's attention. He can't even get an ass pat. He can't even get a good job, Taser Man. You're fighting the good fight for me. No. Eric July has no fucking idea who this guy is. And he spends the majority of his time online protecting Eric July for some reason. I don't know. If my whole identity was wrapped up in that.
I'm going to have to back our friend Taser Man up here because He super chatted $5 last week, so he's good in my books.
He's too pussy to super chat anything else. In fact,
I don't know.
I am putting
I
a
think he's
ban.
got
Right,
it in
right,
him.
no. Right now, I'm putting a ban. I will not read any more comments from Taserman unless it's a super chat. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Taserman is now on the do not reply to list unless he super chats. You have to pay me money to talk to me, Taserman. So there it is.
Seems very elitist of you, Tony.
It does, but I mean, if I'm going to have to deal with stupid people who simp for a guy who can't write a comic book, I at least need to get paid for it, right? So there you go. If you want to interact with me about ISOM, I will only interact if you super chat me. There you go.
I think limiting yourself to dealing with people who aren't stupid, we wouldn't have any fears.
Dang.
I'm just kidding. Who's there? 56k and Taserman. That's who's talking at the moment. I'm just kidding, guys. And Nerdette, of course. Sorry, Nerdette.
Yeah, but we got
I think she's left already.
Yeah, we got a lot of things to go over this week. We got to talk about Rockstar. They've embraced the modding community and they've hired modders to help them work on the next GTA game. GameStop says Xbox sucks, and if you don't like it, you can trade in your Xbox Series X, and you could almost get a PlayStation 5. It's like an Xbox Series X plus like $30 gets you a PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
Of course, we got to go over the Intellivsion Amico / Intellivision 3. There's this ongoing fiasco. More things coming to light. More things to talk about. Some theories. Very interesting. And then speaking of Intellivision, we got to talk about the Tetris movie. They're getting sued. Apple getting sued by a Gizmondo editor who's claiming that the Tetris movie stole from his book. And why is that a connection to Intellivision? Because, of course, Phil Adam is the guy who brought Tetris over to the U.S., according to Phil Adam, anyway.
And I'm sure Tommy at some point promised Tetris was going to show up on the Amico. Promised everything else.
And in a weird story, it's something that I thought I'd never say, because this guy is probably one of the coolest developers that I know, but the Tekken 8 boss, Mr. Harada, he called fans whiny, and he told them to stop being little bitches. Not so much words, but basically that's what he says. So stop being little bitches, stop complaining, and just relax. Just fucking relax. So we got to go over that.
Someone had to say it, didn't they?
Yeah. Of course, we got to talk about Square Enix and their financial woes, even with the release of Final Fantasy 16 and how positively that was recepted. They're still apparently bleeding money. Go woke, go broke, right? What else we got going? We got one more thing. It's not really a story, and it's not a sponsor. This is going to sound weird, but we're going to actually show some T-shirts. And when I show you the T-shirts, I want to see if you could figure out who made these T-shirts and why they're important, at least to this show, why we care.
Yeah, I thought you were. When I saw the link to this that you put, I thought these were going to be T-shirts we were selling, and I thought, what the fuck is he sending here? So yeah.
But when you see them and when you realize when it hits you, you're gonna be like, oh shit, these are brilliant T-shirts. And that's what
something hit me about the company, but we'll get to that later.
We're gonna cover the T-shirts first. We're just gonna go dive right in. All right. So this is from Artifexius. I think that's how you pronounce it. And I will put the link. Like I said, we are not sponsored at all by this company. They're not giving us any money.
Unless they want to.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to, they could. But at the current moment, they're not, is what I'm saying. But I'll put the link in the chat, and I'll definitely put the link either in the community page or in the description of the video. But, we got these T-shirts here. Look at this. T-shirts. Copyright. It won't blind you with science, even on a Saturday. Well, we got this other shirt that says "Surprise, bitch," with copyright on the seat. You get it in men's or you can get it in women's. Yeah. Also, we got copyright, a necessity for a creator's living. And of course, I don't have the money. You get that in both men and women's. It's got a nice little Atari style controller. Have you guys figured it out yet? Have you figured out who made these shirts? Any guesses, Finbar?
Well, I noticed that the company's based in Scotland.
Okay, so you made the shirts. Mystery solved. All right.
But no, apart from the fact that they're called Artifexis or whatever the hell their name is, no, I haven't noticed. We'll have to defer to your wisdom, Tony.
These shirts, with phrases that should be very familiar to viewers of the channel, as they were uttered by one Miss Lady Decade when she was given a copyright notice from one Mr. Martin McNeil. That's right. These shirts are made by Martin McNeil, the photographer that gave the DMCA notice on a Saturday. Remember, on a Saturday.
Therein explains that explains the Scottish connection.
Yeah. Remember, she said that she was being blinded with science, and then she complained that she had gotten it on a Saturday. And also, if you remember her video, it was like, "Surprise, bitch! You're getting DMCA'd." Remember?
Yeah.
And of course, she talked about it was a necessity for creators living in order to make the videos. And famously saying, I don't have the money. I thought the Atari controller was going to give it away. It even got the little British pound symbol. I believe that's what that is, right? Or is that a euro?
No, that's a pound symbol.
Yeah, so there. I love the C covering both nipples. Yeah. So these are Martin McNeil's t-shirts. He said in a couple of days or so, he's going to do a follow-up on the situation, what's going on. I'm assuming that they caved and paid him his money.
I hope so.
I don't see any other reason why he would come out and say that he was going to talk about it. So,
but then if they caved and paid him his money, why would he feel the need to troll them like this? I don't get it.
Because it's over now, he can. He's like, fuck it.
Yeah, but I thought maybe he's trying to claw back some of that money that he's owed from the invoice that he sent them by making some t-shirts. Fair play to him, man. They're good. I might buy one.
Yeah, and I saw it. It came up on my little my feed because for some reason YouTube, when you go to your subscription feed, it doesn't show people's community tabs, but if you're on the app, it does, right? And so on the app, I was like, "Oh, what the hell is this?" I was like, I see what it is. I got you. So yeah, I thought these were funny shirts, and of course, I was 100% behind Mr. Martin McNeil. We talked about him a little bit last week in my argument, my discussion, my quote-unquote debate with Trevor, who's not here with us. He's out licking his wounds. I get it, Yeah. So I will share, just so you can have the verification that it's true. This one day ago says, when life gives you lemons, you design t-shirts. Well, I did. Grab one for yourself. And they put the link. And there they are.
So when is he going to talk about it? As he said, what day he's going to drop his video?
Well, he said this 6 days ago. He says, well, it's been a minute. I've had people message me via email and my socials to ask what's been going on. And rather than repeat myself, I think a video update is past due. So expect me to sit down in front of my camera and shoot the breeze a little sometime over the next 3 days. That hasn't happened. Edit, okay, a little longer than 3 days, but it's coming, promise. So there you go.
I don't think they've caved. I think he's going to get in front of the camera and say, look, they didn't pay me, so I've decided to claw back the money any way I can. and now I'm going to take the piss out of the two of them by making T-shirts. That's what I think he's going to say. And I'm fully behind Mr. McNeil as a fellow Scot.
I'm 100% behind him because
because he's right.
Because he's right. But I think they lost. They settled. You know, they made so much money off of the crying video and everything. I think they just paid him. Because realistically, he was taking him to court. He was willing to go. He was going to go all the way. And we haven't heard anything about it, and they haven't complained about it in a while. So that's why I'm assuming that they just paid him.
I hope so. I hope they did.
But I'm sure in the next couple of days we should hear about it. But we have a surprise story, something that I did not mention. But again, I thought this was interesting because this just shows the state of our journalists, the state of our media, that this is, newsworthy. So this comes from the New York Post. Good old New York Post. Person caught watching Lord of the Rings as entire plane views Australia's victory in the Women's World Cup. They wrote an entire article to shame somebody because while they were on a plane, everyone else happened to be watching the World Cup, the Women's World Cup, and he happened to be watching Lord of the Rings. Personally, I think he made the right choice. I definitely would not be watching the Women's World Cup. Lord of the Rings is the more entertaining of the two. Agree or disagree, Finbar?
The Lord of the Rings is more entertaining than the Women's World Cup.
Yeah.
Is Nerdette still here?
No, I don't,
she gone?
I don't think she's.
Then yes, I hate women. No, look. It must have been a slow news day for a start, right? Is the plane en route to Australia or from Australia? Is this?
I don't know.
It's an Australia game, right? Because that's Australia kits that these girls are wearing in this still here, right?
Yeah, Australia won, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're in the semi-final against England now. Not that I keep up with it. I don't like women, so I don't watch it. But
yeah,
no, I think the fact that one guy out of the entire plane is watching Lord of the Rings is like, to each their own, man. If you think Lord of the Rings is more entertaining than women's football, then crack on. Because I got to be honest, I'd probably be watching Lord of the Rings too.
Yeah. And it's funny because the original tweet that they're citing, right, from Jacqueline Felgate, says that moment for women's sports. And I don't think she doesn't even call him out, maybe in a follow-up tweet, but in this tweet here, she's not calling him out. People just probably notice, like, hey, that one guy's watching Lord of the Rings. And then the New York Post is like, hey, we're going to make an article on that. We're going to shame this guy for watching Lord of the Rings.
Well, they don't name him, do they?
No, probably because they didn't find out his name yet, but it'll happen. But I'm saying, I don't even watch men's soccer, right? So I'm 100% Lord of the Rings, superior. All right, $2 from Taser Man says, monetize your haters, Tony. I'm impressed. 100. That's what I'm saying, man. If
I like this guy. This guy's. I like the cut of his jib. This is my guy.
There you go. Sports shows the score on screen. No need to watch it when you can glance at other screen from time to time. Yeah, that's the other thing, right?
That's it exactly. Put something you're interested in on one screen, and then occasionally glance over to see what the score is on the other. See, 56K is a master of, like in the Back to the Future 2, where he's watching all those different channels. That'd be 56K in about 10 years' time.
Yeah. He says $2. That is some Taser boy energy. That's what I'm saying, right? He had to get that minimum. Maybe Uncle Eric will give him some money, and he'll be able to donate an actual, respectable amount. But
it's $2 more than the rest of you, okay, including me.
I don't know. I'm just saying,
Good on you, Taser, man.
If I was gonna, make a statement like that, throw some money at someone who clearly I disagree with, and I wanted to be a big boy and drop my dick on the table, wouldn't be $2.
I bet he's got
at least a 20.
Yeah, I bet
You
he's
know
got
me,
100.
Finn.
I think he's got 100 of them. I'm sure he
I don't
has.
think he does. I don't even think he has a 10 in him. That's what I'm saying. I think his allowance, he's got $2 for allowance, and he spent it, and that's the end of it. He's going to sit there in his little diaper, all angry and mad for the rest of the show.
You're going to take that taser, man? Come on. Get that 100 out.
All right, let's get into some real news here. We got Rockstar. All right. This comes to us from Games Horizon. Rockstar Games joins hands with GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 modders. Fans excited about GTA 6 Online. Are you excited? I'm not excited.
For GTA 6? Nah, not really.
I still haven't played GTA 5.
Yeah, you really should. I mean, it is on PS Plus, right?
Yeah.
You haven't even thought about having a go of it. Does it? Can you stream it on
I've thought
PS
about
Plus?
it. Yeah, you could.
So you haven't even thought about just even streaming it to have a go?
No, I've thought about it. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Pull the trigger, Tony. It is good. The campaign is quite good. To be honest with you, the online stuff is just a waste of time. It's an absolute grind doing the online stuff, and you find anytime they do an update, you haven't even finished the stuff from the previous 2 updates. So it's really not worth your time unless you're living in it. Plus, it's more of a like pay to win system as well. They've got, and I think they took a load of cars out of the game as well, didn't they, recently?
No idea.
Which was a bit shady.
But I will say I haven't played. I played a little bit of GTA 4 until my ex-sister-in-law, tried to steal it. I haven't played that since. But I do like the fact that they are sequels, but they really aren't connected. Like you could play 5 without having ever played any of the other ones. So I might dip my toe into it and play it. But I really gotta. I want to get this Hogwarts Legacy knocked out. There's a couple other games that I got before it. I am 47 games in on the finishing for the year. So I got 5 games. Maybe GTA 5 will slide in as one of the 5. Who knows? But we got to read this.
You could get it done in a couple of days, so I don't know why you don't. Give it a go.
We'll see. All right. It says, in a shocking turn of events, Rockstar Games has announced that they will be joining forces with popular creative group CFX.RE, who created some of the most popular modding tools for Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5. The official statement released by Rockstar Game reads, quote, today we are proud to announce that CFX.RE, the team behind the biggest Rockstar roleplay and creator communities, 5M and Red M, are now officially a part of Rockstar Games. Let me stop right there. Do you think Rockstar is doing that in order to put the kibosh, kill these communities? Now they're under Rockstar's thumb directly, right? So they're not going to have the freedom that they had prior.
Well, they wanted to quash these very people at one point. And now, I don't know whether they've acquired them or not, because before it's saying they partnered, and now this part reads they're officially a part of Rockstar. So I don't know whether they've acquired them or whether they're just partnering with them. But they wanted these people out of the game at one point.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine either a partnership or an acquisition. There's going to be some language as to what they can and can't do, and how much they can, and the freedom that they have as far as modding and stuff, right? So either way, I think they're under the thumb of Rockstar now.
Oh yeah, big time.
Whether that's going to hurt the communities or help the communities going forward remains to be seen. But I don't. Like you said, they wanted them out of the picture, and if you can't get them out of the picture through legal channels or bullying, just paying them money is a way to go, right?
Yeah.
Says, in their official statement, Rockstar Games has highlighted the importance of these creative communities in expanding the possibilities offered to fans across the world by creating a number of dedicated roleplay servers for 2 of Rockstar's most prominent games. Furthermore, they have also stated that they have changed their policies governing the existence of GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 mods. Mods and roleplay servers created by contributors from CFX.RE will now be officially supported by Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive. So that sounds good, but here's the thing. When I hear this, right, they're like, these ones are going to be officially supported, right?
Yeah.
That's going to put them on another level from all the other ones, right? Because I'm assuming there's probably more modders, more modding communities, more. And they might use this as a way, like, well, to funnel people into the ones that they want, right? And maybe monetize that in a way.
Yeah. Rockstar will push all the other models out of the game now that these guys are the official ones.
Yeah. It says 5M and Red M are offshoots of other modders. The same group of modders Rockstar tried to sue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They tried to sue them, and now they're just paying the money. Hey guys, any Amico news? Yeah, Sweet Tender, but not right now.
I'm surprised he's still awake.
Well, he probably went to bed, and then he did an 8-hour stream or 9-hour.
Maybe this is him just waking up.
Yeah, he probably just got up. Rockstar Games has a long history of shutting down various roleplay servers and modders over the years. The developer has been trying to regulate or simply shut down the number of GTA 5 mods out there since the game's release in 2013. The noticeable struggle and legal battles began in 2017 when Rockstar Games implemented various policies and restrictions to keep the modders and role players out of GTA Online. I can understand keeping the modders out of GTA Online, but why the role players? I think it's cringy myself to go online and like pretend like you're some guy from Vice City and you're like, yeah, I'm really living the fucking GTA lifestyle, right? I get that, but I mean, they're still customers, so fuck it, right?
Well, those RP servers need to be modded to be able to be RP servers. That's why they don't like them. I don't think they have anything against people RPing. Again, yeah, I agree with you. That's why when I play Warcraft, I never got into those RP servers because it's too fucking. You get too deep.
You're just trying to like kill some goblins, just like forsooth, Finbar.
Yeah,
the goblin is over the hill. Do you see it?
And I'd be like, what?
You're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Dude, just go over there and kill those guys. Yeah, that's probably why. That's probably what turned me off of like playing online games, like idiots like that. It says, over the years, the developer has made substantial changes to the policies. However, most of these changes were still restrictions for potential modders, and those restricted the mod authors from reverse engineering the game's code and stopped them from using any assets or codes from the game. However, over the decade, the popularity of various types of GTA 5 mods have exploded, with the special boost gained by GTA 5 role-playing on Twitch during the COVID-19 pandemic. Like, I can understand Red Dead Redemption role-playing, right? Like, I can get that, because it's like, it's Old West setting, you can kind of have some fun. Like, but what is it that you like? GTA 5 is like nowadays, right? It's like, I'm going to pretend to be a dude in GTA City that does what? Like, you can't go to your real job, so you're going to pretend like you're a guy that's like an office worker in fucking Vice City.
Well, some of the videos I've seen is like the group of people pretending to be cops, and they'll do like voice procedure over the radio and stuff. Yeah,
over.
It's kind of exactly. It's kind of cringe, but people enjoy it, man. But that's what they do, and then they'll be like.
So do you gotta you gotta
really
know all the
people.
codes? Yeah, you gotta like look up all the fucking.
It's like, have you ever seen the guy that does air traffic control on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
No.
And he knows all the terminology for. It's kind of like that. It's a whole different level. It's a whole other level of sad.
Tony just don't get it. Tony is Mr. No Fun Allowed. Like I get some of it, but like other parts of it I don't get. Right?
If you find it fun, to each their own, right? If you really find it fun, then go for it, man. But I don't know if learning
you need to take a
police
test. Oh my
police
God.
codes is fun to me.
I remember San Andreas PC version role-playing servers. You need to read the server rules and then take a test to be eligible to play on the server. Could you imagine? It's like you got to put in your application. So, what do you want to play on your role-playing server? Oh, you want to be a cop? I'm going to need you to take the San Andreas police officer exam. Oh, sorry, you're not a detective. You could write tickets. That's what you're going to do. You're just going to write tickets.
And they get you filling out all sorts of paperwork and stuff that you need to submit by the end of the day. And
you get fired by the end of the day.
Yeah, it sounds like great fun.
I paid $60 for this game. No, you're fired, dude. Turn your game off. You go home.
Turn in your badge.
And again, like, I understand, like, to be the hero, like the role play as the hero of fucking Vice City or something, right? But like, I just want to be like a secondary character. That's like, I don't want to be Tom Cruise. I want to be the guy in the background who's like writing tickets as Tom Cruise and them are flying through the city shooting each other, right? Like, that's the guy I want to be. Like, who the fuck wants to be that guy? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Is it like Dungeons and Dragons though? 56K. Is that how they play it? Because it doesn't look like it. Some of the videos I watched looked a bit silly.
No, I think he means it's like Dungeons and Dragons, like live action role play type thing. But still, like, even that, I get like, I've seen like servers for like Skyrim, and I heard of people doing this, right? And I get like wanting to be the Dragonborn and like be an adventure, but then there's people role playing as like the baker. And it's like that's your fantasy. Like, I want to live in a world with dragons and monsters, and I just bake bread for people.
And then hide when the dragon attacks.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get that. Like, my life is too exciting that I have to role play a shoemaker because I need to do something boring. Tony, you need to watch the Lego movie. I watched the Lego movie. I like the Lego movie. Everything is awesome.
That's why I come on this live stream every week with you, Tony, because my real life's too exciting.
Is that what it is? You're role playing right now. Yeah. I'm not really a frog, guys. I'm role playing as a frog.
Yeah, it's not his real voice.
Yeah. Some of these popular GTA 5 RP servers offer a unique mod that enables players to use pre-existing framework of GTA Online to create brand new game modes. Some of the most popular ones include 5M, created by CFX.RE, which allows players to roleplay in a multiplayer environment. I would hope that it's a multiplayer. I hope they weren't roleplaying by themselves in a single-player environment. Iron Man mod. Players put on the Iron Man suit and fly. Ooh, police mod. Allows players to play from the perspective of Los Santos Police Department.
Yeah. Now, the Iron Man one I can understand, but the cops, no. No thanks.
You just play the chief just yelling at people. God damn it, Bill. Where's your paperwork? You fired 6 bullets. I need you to put paperwork in every single one of them.
Well, that would be I'd role play as the rookie who's getting led along by the Denzel Washington character. This is your training day.
You know what? Maybe you're onto something. Can I role play as the overworked, old guy who's got like 5 days of retirement? Like, fuck, I'm too old for this shit. 5 days until retirement. And then my car blows up. Yeah. And you got to avenge me.
Plant a bomb in your toilet.
Yeah. Home invasion mod allows player to burgle homes along with shops. It's probably the first time I've heard the word burgle used in a article. Most people would just say rob, right? Like
I hear it used. I hear it used in plenty of articles in the news over here.
I know we hear. This must be a European site. And character menu mod allows players to play as any NPC in the game. I want to play as the guy that walks the dog up and down the street, as everyone has other exciting.
I would be the NPC that works on the bar of the strip club. You know the strip club. No, you don't know it because you haven't played it. There is a strip club in GTA 5.
There's a strip club in like every GTA.
Yeah. That's part
56K says that's how roleplay servers work. You create your own storylines. It's very organic. There it is. Can we go in there and just cause trouble? You could be the hotshot rookie that has something to prove, and I'm the old veteran cop. 3 weeks from retirement, but I have that one case that I just can't seem to solve. It's been nagging me at the back of my head. I got to solve it in the next 3 weeks before I retire.
So what we're learning here is 56k is a role player, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think
So,
he's very
so
upset
if you
with
want
us.
to get into it, if you really want to be that disheveled cop one day from retirement, get in touch with 56k and he'll lead you through, Tony.
He'll walk you through the process.
Yeah, he'll be your Mel Gibson, your Riggs.
All right. Well, that was the story. So there you go. Rockstar has teamed up with some modders. So who knows? You might get official GTA 6 online roleplay servers from Rockstar with all the tools you need to live your best life as an NPC inside Vice City or wherever the hell GTA 6 takes place. He said, Tony, you can become a taxi driver and be Batman saving hookers at night.
I don't think he saves hookers.
Can I just be a pimp? Can I roleplay as a pimp in GTA Online? Just smacking the hookers with my money. You know what? I'm gonna roleplay as can I roleplay as a libertarian who goes around screaming,
"Fuck them hoe ass roads, man."
I just do that like just all day long.
I think Taser Man's gone.
Rockstar trying to buy brownie points. That's what I think, honestly. Yeah. Since it's Rockstar, we've been tanking all its remaster. Then we have Red Dead. I did see that. What do you think about that, Finbar? People are really upset because Red Dead Redemption, the first one, is being released on PlayStation 4 and
for $50.
For $50.
I don't. Right. Look, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Right. But what I'll say is, you can play that currently on the Xbox Series X through Game Pass. Or at least I think you can. I haven't plugged my Xbox in for a couple of months, but the last time I looked, it was on there. So you are able to play it on a next-gen console. And this version of it that they're going to bring out for the Switch and PS4 is not remastered or anything like that. It's just a port, right?
Yeah, that's from my understanding.
So if you want to play it, get an Xbox because you can play it now.
You're going to get the single-player modes of Red Dead Redemption and Undead Nightmare. And it's just being released on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4. And that's it for $50. I agree with you. Like, I see a lot of people mad, and I'm like, they're
just
like, "Oh, I already paid it. Why would I pay?" I'm like, dude, don't. Like, no one's like, Rockstar's not forcing you to buy Red Dead Redemption. Like, it's like, hey, if you want to buy GTA 6, you gotta own a copy of Red Dead for PS4, right? Like,
yeah,
just don't buy it. Like, why are you mad? Like, the only reason you have to be mad is you can't afford it and you want it, right? Like, because if you're like, oh, it's $50, what are they thinking? They want money.
You can right. So it's for the PS4 and the Switch, right? It's not even for the PS5.
No,
so
because I think there's already a version on the PS5.
Right. And there's also a version on the PS3. So if you don't have a PS3 or a PS5 and you really want to play this game, pay the $50 and buy it, or wait for it to go down in prices. It will invariably do it after a while.
Yeah.
Or don't buy it. It's up to you. But like I said, the current gen Xboxes have got it on Game Pass. You can play it now. I don't know, is it on PS Plus as well?
It might be.
If it is on PS Plus, surely you can play it on PS4. Or no? Or is it the PS5 version that you could play?
I think maybe it's PS5. It might not be. But either way, like, there's no requirement. Like, you don't have to buy it. It's being re-released.
Potion's right. It's been re-released on those consoles because it's never been on those consoles. So if it was never released on PS4 or Switch and you've only got those consoles and you really want to play it, buy it.
Yeah.
But
and
don't
get
upset,
it's $50
because you've got another version of it. There's no point getting upset about it because it's not for you. It's for other people who haven't played it yet.
Yeah, if you've played it, you don't have to buy it. You've already played it. If you played it on PlayStation 3 when it came out, you don't need to buy it again. If you're complaining that it's $50, then just don't buy it. That's really like the heart of the issue, right? And I've seen people like, well, it's too expensive. And like you said, like, we'll just wait till it goes on sale, right?
And it will.
Like, what's the issue?
I actually think,
if it came out at $20, they would still complain, is what I think. Like, if it was $20, I'm like, wow, how dare they try to charge us $20 for a 20-year-old game? You can't win.
I'm happier that they're doing this, because if they did a remaster or a remake, straight remake, I would feel more inclined to want to buy it, and they'd probably charge you $50 for that as well.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're just doing a port of it, that there's no real updates or any changes to it, it's easier for me to say no to it. So I'm glad they're doing this.
It's like a 13-year-old game. That was the complaint I seen. It should be a port if it's only being ported to those consoles, not a remaster. So why complain? Yeah, it's not a remaster. It's not a remake.
It's just a port.
I'm pretty sure that it's cheaper. The $50 version on PlayStation 4 is cheaper than the $60 version that was on the PS3, right? Because I'm pretty sure it was $60 when it released.
Originally, yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like they're charging you the exact same price. And again, there's no, like, you don't have to buy it. Like, it's a decent game, but it's not like a must buy. It's 13 years old. It's going to feel dated when you play it. I'm playing through Red Dead Redemption 2, loving it. I've only, like I've said this before, I've only gotten like 3 hours into it before Sidekick Max took it. He loves it. He loved the fucking game.
Yeah, I didn't get far into that either. It felt like a real slog, man. I got a bit into it, and then it came off of Game Pass, and I had to. It was a Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, I can't remember. Came off with one of them, and I couldn't play it anymore. It locked out, so I couldn't play it. And I'm not paying for it. I'm going to wait till it comes back.
I didn't.
It was really slow. It's slow though, isn't it? Really slow to get in.
Yeah, at the beginning it's very slow, and I didn't like. Again, I said this before, but Red Dead Redemption 1 understood that it was a game. Like, it didn't try to be a simulation.
Yeah.
Right. It was like, this is a game that you can do things like real life, but we're not going to treat it like real life. And this one's like, no. If you want to go hunting, you can only put one deer, two pheasants. Yeah. I'm like, no, I want to kill, like, I want to just obliterate the whole forest. And then, like, there's buffalo in the game, apparently, that there's only a certain amount. And once you kill all the buffalo, like, they're gone. Like,
56K is right. It's like a frontier simulator. It's the only, I don't even know because I haven't played all the way through. The only thing is missing is you have died of dysentery. I don't know if
the old Oregon trails.
Yeah,
I think you can get sick and die of diseases. Credits rolled, but still keep going. It's very slow all throughout. Damn. I got a plan, Potion. I got a plan. Yes, I've seen a lot of people upset. Some people in our community, and the only thing I could think of is like, if you don't like, I don't want to buy it. I have no need to buy it, so I'm not upset by it. And people who are upset, I think they need to just be honest. Like, they're not upset that it's $50. They're not upset
because they want it.
Yeah, they want it, and they just don't want to pay $50. Like just admit, like, I want it, but I just don't want to pay $50 for it, right? And the reason why it's $50 is because Rockstar knows people will buy it. It's just that simple. Probably did not want to recreate what they did with GTA San Andreas. Maybe.
Is it never released on PC in any form?
No.
Okay. So much for the Master Race, 56K.
There might be an unofficial. What else we got? So yeah, don't be upset. It'll be okay. You don't need it. There was going to be a remaster, but that got quietly squashed by Rockstar. So it's not happening now.
Good.
Hopefully there'll be a sequel. You know what was another thing that I saw people were upset by? Baldur's Gate 3. Because apparently Baldur's Gate 3 released no day one patch, no DLC, no microtransactions, And people are now afraid that expectations have been set too high. And people are like, they're going to expect all AAA games to be, this good. We can't have that. We can't have people's expectations to be this high.
Yeah. You've got to release an unfinished game.
Yeah. How dare you give them a finished product?
What do you think this is? NES?
And Baldur's Gate 3, you could play it offline. If your internet goes out, you don't have to be connected online. You could just keep playing the game.
Right. Was never a huge fan of Baldur's Gate. I never really played it.
I hear this game. I hear there's a lot of problems with the game. As far as like everybody's really horny, like you just say hello to a guy, like, "Hey, how you doing?" He's like, "Hi," like, boom. Next thing you know, you're like, "Shit, how did I end up in his bed?"
Just like real life.
Yeah, you just fucking smile at somebody in your party. Next thing you know, it's a cutscene of you getting fucked. Yeah, because apparently people are complaining on Steam. They're like, you need to do something about these gay romances because I treated this guy nice, and next thing you know, like my character is now in a gay romance with one of the party members. What the hell are
You've
these
got to do
publishers
something about all these gays.
Yeah. No, literally, there's like a whole bunch of fucking posts on the discussion page for they're very upset. It was just like surprise butt sex.
It's pretty much Dragon Age.
No, a Dragon Age has a little indicator. It's like if you pick this option, it's a romance option. But I guess, like I said, this one doesn't. So it's like you could be flirting with somebody and not realize it because you're just like, oh, this is just I appreciate everything you did for me. You're like, yeah, I'll give that response. That sounds nice. And next thing you know, dude's like, yeah. So you want to fuck? Like, whoa, no, I don't. Dude, I just said you did a good job in the battle. What the fuck you doing?
Gives a whole new meaning to Baldur's Gate, doesn't it?
Yeah. No. They want to take you down to explore the deep roads with all the dwarves. What have you missed? Nothing really. Martin McNeil has released some T-shirts. Rockstar has bought out some mods. And did someone say gay sex? Tommy Amico. Sweet and Tender has entered the chat. Yeah, I said it. Sweet. All right. Moving on. I thought this was funny because with all the Xbox good news, the Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard, that being allowed to go through as we knew it would eventually happen. And, everyone's saying how the PlayStation 5 has no games and no one loves the PlayStation 5. Even though, was it Phil Spencer saying that they lost the war? This is coming from Xfire. It says GameStop will let you trade your Xbox Series X for a PlayStation 5. Not the other way around. It's not a straight up swap for one flagship console to another, but it's still a massive discount if you're planning to switch sides.
No thanks.
It says, in the ever-shifting sands of the gaming landscape, where allegiances are both fervent and fragile, the battle between Microsoft's Xbox and Sony PlayStation continues to mesmerize. Ray Ampolocchio, dude, this is not that deep, right? Like, you're making it sound like it's fucking Lord of the Rings here, like you're writing a fucking novel. Just give me the news, right? I don't need all this flowery shit. While the two behemoths clash, offering promises of unrivaled gaming experiences. You just got horns in the background. Xbox fans just running through the fucking hills. Arrows being fired from the PlayStation ponies. Another player, GameStop, has risen from the fray with a tantalizing position. Oh, shit. The beacons have been lit.
He gets paid by the word, though, doesn't he? So
Probably. But he's making it sound like this, like fucking two countries at war.
Well, it was. I mean, let's be honest.
He's like in a helicopter watching the battle.
Yeah.
War correspondent here. Although the debate rages on, it seems the time has come for some to reconsider their loyalties. Did you pledge an oath of loyalty to the Xbox?
I did, yeah, and I'm glad I did.
Was it to Xbox or to Microsoft?
Well, to Microsoft.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving my fucking
I want to
Xbox
switch.
Series X up for this thing. No chance.
I want to Switch, which owns both. Ooh. Third player has entered the chat.
I don't know, Beefy. That's a hot take.
Yeah. Why? For the American gaming faithful, a siren's call emerges from the digital bazaars. Can you hear it? Can you hear the lady? She's in the lake. She's just calling your name. Finbar.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish this guy would just get to the point instead of this word salad.
According to a revelation on Reddit by user Meteor Boy, those who are ready to part ways with their Xbox Series X may dance over to the PS5's loving embrace. I added loving, with barely a scratch on their wallets. Through GameStop's US's alluring deal, which now offers pro members a $50 bonus on trading in specific consoles, the transition from Xbox to PlayStation becomes nearly seamless. I, for one, am against transitioning from Xbox to PlayStation, right? I think that if you're born an Xbox, you need to remain an Xbox. None of this.
Do you mean through the generations, or do you mean just within this specific generation?
Within this specific generation, if you were born,
yes,
Xbox,
I agree with that. But I transitioned from PS4 to Xbox Series X.
I'm against adding hard drives. Leave your hard drives alone. Don't turn your hardware into software, guys, is what I'm saying. Just stay in your lane.
Yeah.
Haunted Witch says, I'm basking in motivation. Awesome.
Good stuff.
360 was the best. No, it wasn't. We all know that the PlayStation 2 dominated everything. It's best. I actually had a problem with my PlayStation 2. Speaking of PlayStation 2, because I am stupid. I bought one off of Amazon, right? I got a PlayStation 2.
Uh-huh.
And I forgot that it's fucking analog. It's got the the little fucking hookups.
RGB. Yeah.
Yeah. And so now I got to get a fucking converter so I can actually hook it up to my TV.
Well, funny you should say that. Where I'm sitting at the moment, I've got my old TV here so that I can hook my PS2 up to it. And you're right, it's a pain in the arse, haven't it? I don't know if you have SCART in the US, do you? Or do you just use RGB?
We just use RGB, I think.
So in the UK, I don't know if it's all over Europe as well, you get a SCART converter that you plug the RGB into. And not only would I have to do that, I would have to get a converter box to plug the SCART into to then plug into the HDMI on the back of the new TV. So, and I think you've got to, it's not even like just a connector. You've got to like turn on a switch on the box and put power through it and everything. It's horrible. So keep your old TVs, guys. Keep your what do you call them? Your CRTs.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? I want to connect it through the TV so I can feed it into my capture card so I can play PS2 games online with you guys. But Cyrus, the other day I asked him, because I know he has it hooked up. He put me on to, is that Kai PS2 converter box thing.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to get one of those in the coming weeks. Because I got this Intellivision Lives. I was like all set. I was all like, yeah, I'm going to play this Intellivision Lives collection online with you guys. And then I was like, oh, fuck. Then I put it in my PlayStation 3. I was like, well, I'll just put it in my PlayStation 3, right? No, I have the version that doesn't play the PS2 games. It only plays the PS1 games.
Yeah, the PS3, it was only the first edition of it, I think, that played the PS2.
Yeah.
If memory serves. I missed out on it. I wanted to get that. It was the 60 gigabyte one. Played it.
Yeah. Is the PS4 backwards compatible?
With PS2? No.
Yeah. Damn.
No. PS2 had quite it's quite hard to emulate, I think. This is the one that had the emotion engine in it, if you remember right. The blast processing of the current day at the time.
So
it was quite hard for them to emulate it.
Fidcook says, I have a Sony kitchen CRT.
Keep it, man.
Yeah.
You play light gun games on it.
So, I got to go through that, but we'll get it done. We'll get it done. What else we got going here? The numbers speak for themselves. With the current trade value for the Xbox Series X being $385, the bonus catapults that figure to $435, just shy of the PS5's tantalizing $450 price tag. And for those immersed in the particulars, the trade credit, contingent on state laws, might even be tax-free. Now, with such a tantalizing proposition, how could you say no? And just think about it. If you have an Xbox Series X, that's the one with the physical media, right?
Yeah.
So you probably have physical Xbox games that you're not going to need anymore because you're trading in your Xbox. So that'll make up the, was it $25 to get you over the hump?
15, I think.
No, it's 35. Yeah, 15.
To 50 is 15.
Yeah. I say 25 because it's GameStop, and I know they're going to undersell you anyway.
No, you say 25 because you can't count, Tony.
Yeah, that too. I'm also really bad at math. It's funny. It's funny you say that because I'm actually really, really good in math. I've taken trigonometry, calculus, algebra, all advanced courses. I was so good in math that in college, they put me in the standard math class. They're like, hey, you don't got any college credits, so you have to take the standard math course, right? And so on the first day, the college professor hands out those little worksheets that goes, fill these out and see what you know. And, we can get everybody on the same page as far as learning, right? So I did mine. And I did it, and I was done in like 5 minutes. And I'm like, here you go. And, the guy's like, you sure? You're sure you want to turn this in? You don't want to take more time with it? I'm like, dude, no, it's fine. I'm like, whatever, right? So he's like, oh, hold on. Let me look at it, right? You know how like teachers want to be smart asses? They're like, they want to embarrass you. Like, hold on. Because I'm gonna grade it right now and embarrass the shit out of you. He starts grading it. And he goes, what are you doing in my class? So what do you mean, sir? He's like, yeah, you don't belong in this class. You know too much. I'm like, well, they said that I had to take this class because I didn't have any college credits. He's like, no. He's like, mm-mm. He's like, I'm actually the head of the mathematics department. He's like, hold on. He wrote a note. He's like, go take this to the office people, right? He's like, they're going to put you in the trigonometry class because that's where you belong. He's like, don't worry about the other classes. He's like, we're going to give you credit for all that. I'm not saying that I'm smart. I'm just saying that.
Well, I mean, it's lucky that the question wasn't you have an Xbox Series X that you trade in for $435 and you need to get a PS5 for $450. How much more do you need?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd be fucked, wouldn't you?
I would have been fucked.
Yeah,
totally.
56 years, right? All that math nerd and you end up making Amico videos.
Dude, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Teachers used to hate me. Tony used to do this one trick on his math test, and teachers hated, But yeah, I would always finish. No calculator. It's in my brain. The thing is, like when I would do math, I would never show my work, and the teachers would always be mad. Like, you have to show your work, sir. Sir, there's no way that you got this answer. When I show, they always accuse me of like cheating.
But isn't showing your work in part of the answer though? You have to.
No, it's not. It's for normal people, I guess, because you got to work out how you got to the answer. But I just looked at the math problem and I just know the answer, right? Like, it's the answer.
Yeah. I find it hard to believe, Tony. I've got to be honest.
I know. Lots of people do, but it's true. I would dox myself and show you all my math awards and trophies and stuff. And the fact that I was in National Honor Society in high school. And,
I'll check later. I'll get receipts later.
You get receipts later, yeah.
And then I'll tell the people if it's true or not. I won't lie.
They actually put Tony in special classes, Yeah. Tony working with imaginary numbers and not the math kind. Well, they're all imaginary numbers when you have X's and Y's and stuff like that. They put Tony in those math classes where the teacher gives out a bag of pinto beans instead of a calculator. We had abacuses. I'm so old. I had a little abacus. I could do really complex math in my head when I focus, when I sit down and actually try.
Yeah.
At least I know what
except 450 minus 435, that's a stretch too far.
Yeah. At least I know what 7 times 6 is. Finbar? 7 times 6.
Yeah. 42.
Yeah, 42. And it's funny because it's the same question that we constantly ask on this show. And you guys constantly are like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, we just I say we, it's just me now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just sadly.
It's late, man. Yeah, it is late. That's what I mean. It's fucking.
See, now you know how I feel.
2:50
a.m. With such a tantalizing proposition, how could you say no? Yet, this is no mere tale of dollars and cents. It's an exploration into the soul of gaming itself. This guy's definitely getting paid by the word. The PlayStation and Xbox are just not consoles, but universes, each boasting its unique allure. While the PS5 enchants with the DualSense and a handful of exclusive gems like Final Fantasy XVI. Xbox counters with the promise of the Game Pass, offering a deluge of exclusive titles with no added investment. Bethesda's massive library of games have already joined gaming's most popular video game subscription service. Call of Duty and Diablo, among others, will both follow suit, contrary to what their management are saying. The broader context reveals another layer to this intricate dance. The PS5 is leading the charge, and its sales figures far outpace the Xbox Series X/S. This revelation, shared amidst the legal tussles surrounding Microsoft's soon-to-be closed acquisition of Activision Blizzard, paints an intriguing picture. This guy really wanted to be like a fucking novelist, didn't he?
Yeah.
Even
he's doing good stuff.
I'm drawn in. You know, I'm ready to don my suit of Sony armor and charge the battlefield.
He's been taking the rap classes, hasn't he?
Yeah. Even with Sony's sales dominance, one can't discount the resilience of the Xbox. As Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, reassures the world, Microsoft remains unwavering in its gaming vision. Man, so he just keeps going, doesn't he?
You don't have this dilemma to make, right? Because you've already got a PS5.
Yeah,
you know the dilemma I struggled with. I told you about it when I decided to go get my Xbox Series X. This obviously isn't open to me because this is only in the States, right? But even if it was open to me, I'd still say no. And it's not because of Xbox buying up all the studios and getting all the exclusives. At the time I wanted to get my PS5, I couldn't get it because it was getting scalped. So it was going to cost me about £200 more. And now I'm glad I've waited because it looks like what this is they're trying to get rid of excess stock before they bring out the Pro version of the PS5.
That's what
Am
you
I
think
right?
it is?
Have we heard that?
I've heard that there is a PlayStation Slim coming out, not a Pro.
Well, do you think we'll get a Slim and a Pro, or do you think we're just going to get a Slim?
If the leaks are true, and I'm not saying they are, but I've seen some leaked images of the quote-unquote Slim, and it's barely slimmer than the regular PlayStation 5.
That's what makes me think we're going to get a Pro as well.
So it might not even be called a Slim. It just might be like the PS5.5 or something, right? Like some stupid name.
Well, whatever it is, whatever hardware
revision,
I want the upgrade revision, or evolution comes out. That's the one I'm going to go for because I do want to play Final Fantasy 16, and I do want to play. I think the Spider-Man games are exclusive as well, and I want to play them. But I can wait. I'm not one of these people that thinks it's only Slim. Man, I've got to believe there's going to be a Pro version as well that takes it to the same sort of takes it to the same power as the Xbox Series X. I'm hope they do that anyway. If it is just a Slim, I'll be a bit upset. As long as it's
I think it's just a Slim, but I don't think it's going to be called a Slim. Because again, if the leaks are true, it's really not that slim compared to the standard.
So they'll make
version.
it slim. They'll make it slimmer and call it a Pro then.
Yeah, they might make it a Slim and, like I said, just call it like a PS5.5 or PS5 Next.
PS5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'll buy it. That's what I'm waiting on.
And they'll call it the Fade. It's not a Slim. It's just a Fade.
Is there not
single
some sort
player
of-
games I can wait?
Sorry,
but
is there not some
multiplayer
sort of
games-
issue? Is there not some sort of issue with current PS5 so they're not all bricking or something like that?
No. That's
Right.
just a rumor that Xbox fans that whole oh no, the liquid metal's gonna leak out of it. And
That's the one, yeah, the liquid metal.
That was all bullshit. There was like one
It
person.
was like
that
two
claimed-
machines, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was two machines, and then they couldn't even verify that it had happened naturally, that it wasn't tampered with. And no one's. You notice how that story came out, like everyone was panicking, and then you haven't heard nothing about it since.
Yeah, it was Xbox fans, man.
Xbox fans. We're not going to read the rest of this. You could search this out from Xfire. The article is supposed to be about trading in games at GameStop, and it's just like this whole novel about the war between Sony and PlayStation. And I'm done. I don't have the mental capacity for it. Not today, Satan. Yeah. Multiplayer games, you have to play at release or you end up buying a dead game. That's true.
Yeah, like what was the one you were playing? Avengers.
Yeah. That had one last update. Everything's free now. Servers are there still.
Is it still going?
Yeah, it's still going. All the cosmetics are free. It's still going. And it's not great. I was hoping that since it was going free and they were going to release all the cosmetics, I was hoping that they're going to be like, you know what? We have like 4 unfinished characters. Fuck it. Like, here they are. You can play with them, right? Because at this point, it doesn't matter.
But they didn't do it, did they?
No. Because they supposedly data mined and they said that there was like 3 or 4 other characters on the in the data. But they were like half finished. Because that's how they found out that Winter Soldier and the Thor, the female Thor, before they were coming out. And then supposedly there was like a She-Hulk, a War Machine, and like a Captain Marvel or something.
They should have just done that thing they did with that Matrix games. Remember when the Matrix games just shut down all of a sudden and killed everybody? They should have just had Galactus come in and just fucking eat the whole earth.
They should do like an event.
End of game.
That would have been cool though, like a Galactus event. Like, all right, the server's shutting down in a week, and we're gonna have Galactus show up, and you can't actually beat him. And then by the end of the week, he just wins. The whole fucking server goes.
But you can just have everybody pile on him anyway and see if they can do a bit of damage to him.
See how much damage you guys can do before the week's over.
Yeah.
Have all the heralds show up.
Yeah.
Just fucking like obliterate you. Like, it would have been something. But that would have cost money, and they would actually had to like do that. You mentioned Final Fantasy 16. I haven't played it yet. I've been off the Final Fantasy train. I was a huge fan growing up at Final Fantasy. I played the original Final Fantasy on NES, and I was hooked. I loved the fucking series ever since then. Whenever a Final Fantasy game came out, day one purchase. Day one. And then I bought Final Fantasy 13. And that game was shit. And
you've mentioned that you don't like that. I've got it, but I haven't actually played it. I think the last one I played was the last numbered one I played was 11, the online one. And then I stopped after that. But I kept buying them and just not playing them. But I did want to try 16 because 16 looks ace. Right. Graphics are beautiful.
It looks good, but like I said, 13 just put me off because it was like on rails.
On rails, right? Yeah. This is what I don't want 16 to be like. I don't want it to be on rails. I know it's a bit graphic heavy, so I'm worried that they are going to do a bit of that. Yeah. I wanted to feel like 7 that felt like, if you know what I mean. I know that was a little... That was a bit on rails as well when you really think about it, but it felt open world.
Yeah, I mean, no Final Fantasy game is ever truly open world where you just do
Yeah.
whatever you want. But it was open enough where, like, if you wanted to go this way or that way or whatever, like, explore the town, go do some grinding, go do this. But like 13 was so like, go here, you could like walk 10 spaces and you get a fight, and then okay, now we're gonna shift over to this other narrative, and you're gonna walk through this dungeon, and then all right, we're gonna shift over to this other narrative. And I was just like, I was just done with it. Supposedly, it opens up.
I've got to try it, but you're putting me off it, to be honest.
Well, they say supposedly after like 30 hours it opens up. I got like 30 hours of this game before
you never put the time in to get that far then?
No.
7 was a bit like that though, Tony. Let's be honest, wasn't it? I think you were on to like disc 2 or middle of disc 2 before it really opened up for you. I'm pretty sure it felt like that anyway.
Yeah, but you stayed with Cloud that whole time, right?
All right, okay, you jump around, do you, with this one?
Yeah, and this one you jump around because there's other characters, right? You start off with one group, and then you can jump to another group, and then you jump back. And I think that's what like makes, because like every time you jump to a new one, now you got to start all over, and there's like new mechanics, and it's like real slow.
Is it Lightning? Is this the character? Is it the chick?
Lightning is you get Lightning, and then you get like this other character like Vanille or something, and the one dude is cool. Like then they have like bland personalities, so there's not even like the personality, pushing you through. Like, oh, these characters are interesting, I want to keep going. It was just like, I mean, I played 12 when it came out, and that was like trying to be like an MMO almost in some regards, and I still pushed through that one. I never beat it. I always had this problem with Final Fantasy games where I would get all the way towards the end, and I would just never beat it.
They take dedication, don't they? They take time. That's why I've never been able to get back into one again. Yeah, just don't have the time.
I want to get the. Would this be cheating, Finbar? Because they got the Final Fantasy like 7 and 8, 9 on PlayStation.
Yeah, that's right.
But they got like fast forward options, so you could make the battles and stuff go faster. It's not like a rewind or like an undo. It just makes things speed up. So like when you're walking, so instead of taking like 10 minutes to walk across the map, it only takes you like a minute, right?
Right.
Like all the animations are just going like fucking hyperactive. Would that be considered cheating? Like I didn't have to sit there.
Do you still get sucked into the random battles or not?
Yeah. The random battles still happen, but they did like instead of taking, like I said, instead of taking 5 minutes for each one, like it's gonna take you like a minute because everything's gonna be happening so fast.
It's cheating, man. It's as bad as the rewind button.
You think so?
Yeah, exactly. Potion, why even play? Play it like it was intended, or don't play it.
No, you're not skipping the game. It's like watching a YouTube video. Like playing it regular is watching a YouTube video. Playing it this way would be like hitting the 2x speed and just watching it like fast. Like you're getting all the same information. It's just coming at you faster.
I don't know. Play it as it was intended, or don't play it, I say. I agree with Potion.
So original hardware only, got it.
No, I mean, you can play it on the PlayStation 5. I think that's what you're playing it on, right? But play it like as you would have played it on the PS1. And even when it says you're changing discs, you've got to actually go to the machine and pretend you're changing discs as well. Just like the old days.
Tony, you cheater. Video is passive, games are not. Yeah, but like I said, it's not doing anything other than making the animations go faster. Right? Like it's not like increased experience or more gold or skipping levels or leveling you up. It's just making everything move faster. It's like, do you sit there and read every single line of dialogue and let them like do, or do you hit the button so it all comes out and you can read it at your own speed?
Yeah, but you're still reading it all, though, aren't you?
Yeah, but you're reading it faster, right? You're using the option to read it all faster. You're not sitting there watching like the old games.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's a bit different. That's a little bit different, though. Then what you're talking about is running across the map at twice the speed.
Yeah, but I'm saying everything is moving at twice the speed. So it's like your animations, the enemy animations. So it's not like
So you're speeding the game up to ×2, the
yeah,
whole game.
The whole game is being sped up.
I don't know how the fuck you can play a game like that, man. I know you watch videos at 2 times speed, and I don't know how you do that either.
It's like Homer using the little toy bird to peck at the keyboard.
Exactly, yeah. It's exactly that.
Is that cheating? So if in the old days there would be the rubber band trick where you tie the rubber band to your controller to like build up coins, or like to fight battles where you just have your guy go in a circle and then auto battle everything. Is that cheating? No, see, honestly,
I have done that before. I put rubber band around the PlayStation controller.
Would that be cheating?
Yeah, it's cheating. Of course it is.
I mean, because it's doing it. I mean, the game has to run. It's running. Like, what's the difference if I sit there walking in circles and auto battling versus having it do it on its own?
I don't know. You've got to face the grind. You can't let it grind on its own.
Potion says Tony wants to hook up to the Matrix. He's done with normal video games. Yeah, just right in the back of my skull. Just
that's how we're going to be playing them soon, anyway.
And then we'll be stuck in a roleplay fucking server. You're in the roleplay Matrix, son of a bitch.
You're a cop.
What if you died, Finbar? Like you lived your life, you died, and then like all of a sudden like it just shows your score. You're like, what the fuck? Like you've been in like fucking the Matrix the whole time. Like,
I think I'll get a pretty high score. I'll be fine.
How did you enjoy the roleplay server for life?
Yeah.
56 says that's how I got into computer programming. I got tired of doing manual computer labor. Automation is the key.
Automation is key, yeah. You also discovered that you didn't have to type YES, you just had to type Y.
Why?
Like Homer.
Why? He just tripled my fucking productivity. Why?
Yeah.
Haunted says always let it grind by itself. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. All right. We get moving on.
So Haunted Wisp is saying this is coming from a known MMO cheater. You know? He got in a lot of trouble for that. Allegedly. I don't know.
Drops amid Square Enix share price drops amid claims Final Fantasy 16 didn't meet, quote, high-end expectations. Square Enix's share price has decreased by almost 15% in Japan as the outcome of the most recent earnings report. Now, buy the dip, gentlemen. Buy the dip. Not financial advice. Well-known gaming company Square Enix recently had an issue. Its share price in Japan fell about 15% on their most recent earnings report. So, I mean, first off, he repeated this thing like 3 times. Like, the title, this little bold section, first line, and the second line was nearly identical. Right?
Again, paid by the word.
I mean, literally, their share price fell 15%, and then literally their share price fell 15%. Come on, guys. I mean,
just in case you didn't hear it the first time. That's what it is.
First 2 times, right? So, what exactly went down with Square Enix? Well, they just revealed their financial results for the second quarter of 2023. And while their revenue did see a decent 14% growth compared to last year, their profits went in the opposite direction, dropping a whopping 65%. I might be confused, but make the numbers make sense, Finbar. How do you go up 14% in revenue? Right, your revenue.
I have to defer to your genius maths here, Tony. I can't work this one out.
The only thing that I can see, their revenue went up 14%, right? So if their profits fell 65%, that means that their overhead and the amount of money they spent
was way too high.
It has gone up. It must have increased. Shit, at least 90%, if my math is right.
Yeah,
So,
operating costs are too high.
Yeah, their operating costs. Stop paying the CEO so much money. Now, hold on to your positions, folks, because here's the juicy part. Uh-oh. The main suspect is the financial whodunit seems to be none other than the highly anticipated game, Final Fantasy 16. You know, the game we've all been eagerly anticipating? Yeah, that one. I think this shows why studios need to decrease the amount of spending on development of games. Okay, look,
Yeah.
You don't need like I said, what was it? Call of Duty had Kevin Spacey. Like, does Call of Duty need Kevin? It's a game about shooting other people, right? You don't need Kevin Spacey to be in the fucking game, right? Too much overhead on all these unnecessary positions. Like, you don't need 16 fucking managers, 32 HR people, and 45 guys mopping the floor, right? Come on, let's run lean, right? And your development cycles are way too long. I think that's probably the primary issue. Like, if it takes you like 5 years to actually get the game out the door, just to get it out the door, right? So you've sunk millions into this one game, and you have to wait 5 years before it gets out the door. You're never going to see a profit, right? Like, by the time that thing makes a profit, you've already sunk millions into the next game.
Well, they did that with 14. If you remember, when 14 came out initially, it was a fucking disaster, wasn't it? And they remade the whole game, so you can understand if they lost a ton of money on that.
Yeah,
but I don't remember hearing anything about 16 going through any kind of sort of difficult production. I think it was quite smooth for the sounds of it.
smooth,
and they met their
but still
release
cost a
date,
lot of money.
Well, yeah, I mean, is there any word on how much this game cost?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm sure it's out there. See, Potion's right. Does horse balls? It should be do horse balls need to shrink in the snow? That was in Red Dead Redemption too.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a nice touch, but really,
Yeah,
not really necessary. In fact, horses don't even need to have balls on them, right?
they don't need to have, but it would be noticeable if they didn't have.
No, because there's female horses. It's just like all the horses in Red Dead are female. Who cares? Like, are you like, oh, immersion broken? Can't fucking live my cowboy fantasy because there's no male horses. According to Bloomberg, who were on the scene during Square Enix's post-earnings call, President Takahashi Kiru committed seppuku in front of investors, citing disgrace and dishonor to his family. No, made a surprising confession. He said the game's initial sales didn't quite hit the mark they were aiming for. Well, I mean, when you limit it to one single console, it's probably, going to limit how many people are going to buy the game, right?
Yeah.
Bummer. Looks like the high-end expectations weren't entirely met. He put on his sunglasses after he wrote that line. There's another twist in the story. Kiru pointed out that the slow adoption of the PS5 played a part in this unexpected outcome. With not everyone having upgraded to the latest console, it's limited the number of potential buyers for Final Fantasy 16. Makes sense.
Yeah, me being one of them.
Now let's have a look at something positive before you start your morning. Kiru didn't lose hope, and neither should we. He believes that as hardware shortages ease up, opportunities to boost software sales will open up like treasure chest in a dungeon. Another guy who just really didn't want to be a reporter for games journalism, but he wanted to write something flowery. This guy writes poetry in his part time. I know it.
Yeah.
As you know, what means that? As you know, what means that? What the fuck is that? Did I just have a seizure in the middle of this? And you know what means that? Swinburne?
Can't get through one article, can we?
Fucking Godzilla had a seizure reading that. I think it's supposed to be, and you know what that means. Yeah. I think that is misplaced. It's got it. More chances for the awesome games we love. Yeah. Let's do a bit of comparison here. Final Fantasy 16 managed to ship and digitally sell 3 million copies within its first week after the grand release in June. Not bad, huh? It's quite similar to the numbers its predecessor, Final Fantasy VII Remake, achieved around 3.5 million copies in 10 days. Well, close enough. Oh, and speaking of numbers, let's not forget Final Fantasy 15, the champion of sales. When it hit the scene, it flexed its gaming muscle and managed to sell a whopping 5 million units within the first 24 hours across multiple platforms. Now that's legendary. Square Enix might have hit a rough patch with its share drop price, with its share price drop, but it's not game over just yet. Square Enix is no stranger to this journey. The ups and downs of the gaming industry are similar to the twists and turns of an exciting RPG. Seriously, dude, like we don't need all this. As they gear up for future quests, and as like I could just see the fucking the people in the Square Enix office, they're all like got their fucking cloaks on and swords. They're getting ready for their quest across the fucking office to the printer. And as the PS5 adoption picks up speed, we can expect some exciting new releases that'll surely capture our hearts. So keep your spirits high and your game controllers at the ready, because the journey is far from over. I hate fucking game journalists. So apparently Square Enix price drop 15% on its shares, and what was it, 65% profits?
Yeah.
I don't understand. This guy like goes from talking about Square Enix specifically, right? Then at the end, it's like, oh, there's going to be like all of these games. It's like, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of games on PS5 and stuff. But how does this relate to Square Enix specifically? What games do Square Enix have on their fucking docket, right? What's coming up next from Square Enix? What are their plans? If they have none, then they're fucked, right?
Yeah. They better start looking at Final Fantasy 17 then. What else do they have? I mean,
well, they got the Dragon Quest series. They got a bunch of series. They just aren't fucking releasing anything.
Yeah. But it's right in what it said before. It was talking about like not a lot of people have taken up the console yet, and I'm one of them. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Three. What is it? 3 million sold. That's probably around about the number you get for all AAA new releases, don't you? At the moment.
Yeah. But I mean,
I don't know what they were expecting.
Stinking in so much fucking money. I think Final Fantasy 16. What was it, like a 3-year development?
Yeah, they were expecting this game to be a console seller, but people like me are waiting for the next hardware revision.
Let me see. Let me look it up on Wikipedia. Let me sneak over to Wikipedia and steal their information. It's a timed exclusive, so I mean, they probably should have mentioned that fact that it is going to come out on Xbox at some point, right?
I'll wait for it on Xbox then. I didn't realize it was a timed exclusive. I thought it was an exclusive.
So I'm just saying, like, it says timed exclusive.
It can come out on Xbox. It's not. Doesn't mean it will.
I think it will. I think it'll probably be like a year exclusive, and then it'll pop up on everything else. But let's see. Hold on. Development. Concept work began in 2015, so that's like 8 years.
Jesus, yeah.
Probably real development probably didn't start till like 2017, right? There's probably like a lot of like discussions about the storyline and stuff. Like no actual like computer shit being done with places. Yeah. You know. But yeah, so either way, like it's like 8 to 5 year development.
Yeah. It's probably
they're
like
talking about Finbar that gaming. Yeah. I read an article. We're not going to talk about this, but in too much detail. But I read an article where it's saying that the norm for gaming is going to become 10-year development cycles. That from announcement to release, it's going to be 10 years for the average AAA game.
Oh, well.
That's fucking insane.
That will probably mean generations will get a lot longer, I think.
Not just that, I think it's going to be for like games with a lot of series potential, right?
Yeah,
you're gonna end up being the like The Last of Us. Like by the time you get to the third game, that's like fucking 30 years. Like, oh shit, we better remaster the first one because no one remembers what the fucking first game was about because we fucking took it 20 years to get to the third one, right?
Yeah, remastering it for every generation.
Yeah. You're gonna be like, some kid is gonna start playing like the first game when he's like 10, and like he's like, fucking the series is finally ending. I'm like 50. It's like the third game only. Like, son, you have to carry on my legacy and tell me how this series ends because I'm like 80 years old and we're only like 5 games in. But on the lighter side of news, let's take a mosey on over to ex-friend of the channel, SmashJT.com, because we want to hear about the top 10 SNES RPGs of all time. Come on, give me the article. Where we at? Why is it not loading? There it is. All right. The top 10 SNES RPGs of all time. Are you ready for this list, Finbar?
I can't wait. I think he's going to have a pretty solid list.
I think it's going to be I haven't read this yet, but I think it's going to be pretty much the same list that everybody puts out for like top RPGs on.
Well, if he's saying Chrono Trigger is number 10, then he's already fucking started wrong, hasn't he?
Well, it's not numbered. I don't see it. It doesn't say like number 10. It just says Chrono
Surely,
Trigger.
if you're doing a top 10 list, though, you should go from a descending order from 10, shouldn't you?
Good. Then Smash doesn't follow typical.
Don't play by the rules. Smash.
Don't play the rules. He's a bad boy. He goes on Ferrari rides. He drops 10 G's like that, like it's fucking water. Be quick, Tony, before Smash takes down his website.
Oh yeah.
This article is no longer available. It's a 4-minute read, which means we should be able to get through this in about 20. All right. Top 10 SNES RPGs of all time. There's a potent magic to the role-playing games, RPGs, of the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, SNES. I'm glad he gave us those abbreviations because I would have been confused later on.
Yeah.
Emerging in the 1990s, these games combine captivating stories, significant gameplay advances, and the enhanced graphical capabilities of the SNES to craft immersive experiences. While the console era offered numerous notable RPGs, the SNES stands out for its legendary contributions to the genre. Okay, that sentence made no sense. You know that, right? It says while the console era, right, offered numerous notable RPGs. The SNES stands out legendary. The SNES is a console. What console era are we talking? It doesn't even say while the 16-bit console era offered numerous notable RPGs.
Well, that's what he meant. He meant that generation of consoles, I think. He just didn't word it right. He's saying as opposed to the sorry, I was going to say the Mega Drive. It's the Genesis, isn't it, over there?
Yeah. I don't think the Genesis
he's right. If that's what he meant, then he's right in what he's saying because the SNES was the best for RPGs.
That's what he means, right? There's really no RPGs on the fucking Genesis that really stand out.
No,
it's like Phantasy Star, right?
So I mean, even that wasn't that great, was it?
Yeah, but I'm saying so like
Shining Force was on there as well, I think.
Yeah, but I'm saying for numerous notable RPGs, like whatever you think of RPGs from the 16-bit era, it's SNES.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, right? Unless you're a hardcore Sega guy, like you're thinking of the SNES RPGs. And I love Shining Force. I got Shining Force 1 and 2 and Shining in the Darkness were 3 games that I owned on a console that wasn't even mine. So, I mean, those were great games. Phantasy Star 1 and 2 stuck. 3 is decent. 4 is good. I like Phantasy Star 4. But the first 2 are crap. Just absolute dog shit. Fight me. So let's delve deeper into the top 10 SNES RPGs, exploring the core of what makes each of these classics an essential play for any RPG enthusiast. All right. I'm sold, Smash. All right. Top 10 SNES RPGs of all time. Time. Players guide from prehistoric landscapes to a bleak future. The game blends memorable characters, intricate subplots, and multiple endings, each dictated by player choices. Okay, this is a very bad sentence. Very bad. Because with the commas, right? So from prehistoric landscapes to bleak futures, right? Comma. The game blends memorable characters, comma. So you're saying that these are different aspects of the game, right? Intricate subplots, comma, and multiple endings, comma, each dictated by the player choices. So does he mean that the memorable characters, the bleak future, and the intricate subplots were dictated by the player choices? No, he's talking about just the multiple endings. So this comma here is not needed. Or this comma should be a semicolon, dictating that the sentence did not end, but it had more to say.
Okay.
Or he could have put and multiple endings dictated by player choices. Right? The comma is not necessary. It makes it seem like that's either referring to everything or that's like a thing on its own. It's innovative combat.
Yeah, he used a few more commas than I would have used.
Beefy says Chrono, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, Secret of Mana, Earthbound, Mario RPG. Did you play Phantasy Star Online? I have not. Carl talked about it. Carl argued with Vito about it on the show once. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna.
I played it. It was I think it may have been the first MMO I ever played. And I had the keyboard as well for the Dreamcast when I was playing it.
Hunter Liv says Lufia. I like Lufia. Lufia is good. I beat Lufia. Now, why it's unmissable. All right. So the overview was kind of but here's why it's unmissable. Its groundbreaking multiple endings and character-driven subplots offer a level of replayability seldom seen in games of its era. This is one of my favorite games of all time and is covered in more depth here. If you've never had the pleasure, you owe it to yourself to immerse yourself in this classic right now. Do you think this goes to a video from Smash? No, it goes to another article.
All right.
So he does go in depth.
On his own website.
Just from the sound of the way he described it, I don't think he played. Yeah, on his own website. All right, so Final Fantasy 3 in the US.
Number 3. Because Final Fantasy 2 was Final Fantasy 4, right? Is that right?
Yeah. Set in a world threatened by a power-hungry empire, players traverse a landscape of magic, machinery, and rebellion. The tale introduces a diverse ensemble of characters, each with deeply personal motivations and arcs. The game is celebrated for its intricate storytelling, hauntingly beautiful music, and a villain who remains one of the most memorable in gaming history. Why it's unmissable. A diverse cast with intricate backstories and one of the most iconic video game antagonists make this an epic tale of grand proportions. That's it. That's all it is. Literally, he tells us there's a diverse cast in the overview, and then he's like, that's why it's unmissable, for the very thing that I gave you in the overview. It
I don't
doesn't
think he's
sound like
played it.
he's played this game. Yeah,
No, I don't think he's played it.
it's like it's accurate and correct, but it doesn't have like that. Like, why did you like it, right? Like, this should be like, here's why I like it, right? Like, here's what sucked me into the game. What you might like about the game. This is just like surface level. Like,
Yeah,
I read a
it may be,
Wikipedia page.
It may be one of the ones he's not played, and he's just thought, but I have to put that on this list or they'll kill me.
Yeah. All right. What else we got going? Super Mario RPG: Legend of the Seven Stars. I personally never really liked this game.
I don't think I ever played it.
I played it. It has the little timing mechanic where when you do an attack, if you hit the button at the proper time, you add extra damage or whatever, right? And it's all well and good.
Yeah.
But I just never really got it. Like, it was just something about it. It felt not Mario enough, right? Because like, oh, he joined your team. You're going after this guy Smithy that like's never been introduced into the Mario franchise before. It's like, just felt really off. And I think it was like really grindy.
Maybe it was another reskin then, like Doki Doki.
No, it was
It was built as a Mario game, was it?
Built as a Mario game. It was a collaboration between Square Enix and Nintendo, specifically to both capitalize on the popularity of Mario and Square Enix's want to have a RPG that was more profitable.
Yeah.
It says, in a whimsical twist, Mario enters the realm of RPGs, joining forces with both familiar friends and former foes. And then a bunch of characters you have no idea who the hell they are, right? Like, he's forgetting that because he's got familiar friends. He does have Peach and Luigi and Toad, right? But there's also Malo and Gino, who I don't think they've ever been in any other Mario anything. Probably because they partially owned by Square. It's probably that, right? And then Bowser also joined your team. Tasked with recovering 7 star pieces and saving the Mushroom Kingdom, players experience turn-based battles and a story enriched with humor and depth. The game's unique isometric view and engaging minigames make it a standout of the Mario series. Okay, first off, the game does not have a unique isometric view. There's nothing unique about the isometric view. It is literally
unique in the sort of Mario world, though.
Yeah. No, but see what I would have put here, right? Like, if it was me, I would have been like, the game's unique blend of both platforming and RPG elements, right? Because there is platforming where you have to jump on things to get to certain places, like a typical Mario game, right?
Right.
And then the battles are all fought in an RPG style. So there's like this blend of these two styles of game. Plus, there's all these mini games. There's a lot to do. I just didn't really like it. Says why it's unmissable. This collaboration between Nintendo and Square provides a fresh take on the Mario universe, offering depth and humor in equal measure. Nintendo recently announced a remake is in the works and shocked the RPG world with the news. More on that here. Earthbound. I've never played Earthbound. I always hear good things about it. Mana was good. I like Secret of Mana. You know what I really like? And it does. I don't think it gets enough love. Secret of Evermore. Because Secret of Evermore was like Secret of Mana as far as gameplay, but then it had like an American aesthetic and a humor twist on it that was more like a better connection.
Was that a sequel?
No, it's its own thing. It's made by the same people, but it's its own thing.
Right.
And the plot
Mana,
of that is like,
Mana, I tried Mana on the SNES, but I've never tried Evermore.
Yeah, Secret of Evermore. Instead of having like in Secret of Mana, you got the main guy, and then like the little midget guy, and then the princess. In this one, it's you and a dog. And as you go through the different worlds, because there's like a caveman world, it's like a sci-fi world, caveman world, and like Roman Colosseum world. The dog changes. So like in the caveman world, it's a giant wolf. In the Roman world, it's like a sleek dog. And he's the whole thing is that you get sucked into a movie screen. and there's a bunch of other people that apparently this happened to, and you're trying to free them from this like evil dictator in this like other world place. It's fun, and there's like a training mechanic. So like when you get the money from the one world, you can't just use it. Like you can't just use the leaves to buy stuff in the Roman world. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Poor connection. Sorry.
Yeah. So like there's a imbalance in the money between the worlds. So you can't just grind in the first world and then have enough money for all the worlds. So you have to like constantly like grind through each level. What's up, Rabbit Dude? This Pokemon is better. Is it?
It probably is Rabbit Dude, yeah. Pokemon these days, at least.
Yeah. All right. So overview: following the adventures of Ness and his friends, Earthbound is an RPG firmly set in a modern, albeit quirky, world. The comma is in the wrong space. It should be firmly set in a modern, comma, albeit, comma, quirky world. Facing off against an alien threat, the group navigates suburban challenges, psychic powers, and a narrative that oscillates between heartfelt and bizarre. Its distinctive charm and self-aware humor have cemented its status as a cult classic. Why it's unmissable. Its charm lies in its offbeat humor, contemporary setting, and soundtrack that perfectly captures the game's quirky essence. The game truly deserves your time, as I covered previously here. He has this section, the second section is, in all these is why it's unmissable. And he's never like, this is why it's unmissable, right? It's just like, it's just another description of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then
Right,
a link to one of his
Secret of
other
Mana.
articles.
Once mighty sword and thwart an empire. With its real-time combat, cooperative multiplayer, and vibrant world, it offers player an action-packed journey. The melding of engaging storylines with real-time battles make it a pioneering title in the action RPG genre. You probably should have mentioned the active time battle system, and because it's not exactly an action RPG, right? In the sense that like what's a good example? Like say a Legend of Zelda, right? Like Link to the Past. Link to the Past. You could just keep slicing your sword, and it's the exact same amount of damage, right?
Yeah.
With this, when you do a sword swipe, this meter comes out, which starts at 100% and goes down to 0, right? And then it builds back up. So that if you try to attack too much, well, now if you attack at 48%, you do 48% of the damage. So you have to time your attacks so you can do maximum damage. You can't just spam attack.
Yeah, there's more strategy involved in it than there is
Yeah.
in Zelda. Zelda's more of more action than RPG.
What's up, AJ? Says, what's up, man? Hope things are well. Don't worry. One day Amico will be delivered. Yeah.
Yeah, one day.
All right. Chrono is great, says Beefy. No need to grind. What the hell? A great story. No need to grind. Replayability looks great. Great music. Chrono Trigger is awesome. It's one of my favorite. I was really disappointed in the PlayStation version of Chrono Trigger because they added some cutscenes, and the cutscenes are great. They're fantastic looking, but the game just plays. It's like the movement and everything in the PlayStation slow. Am I? I'm going in and out. Are you there, Finbar?
Yeah, can you hear me? You keep dropping out, man. Sorry.
That's what I just said. I said I think I'm dropping out. Hold on. Let me try something.
I don't know if it's your end or my end. I hope it's not my end.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Chat, is it him or me?
I think it's me. It is no load times and has FMV. Beefy says Chrono DS is probably the definitive version. I think it's me. I think it's the trains fucking up my internet again. All right. Why it's unmissable. Okay. Did I say this already? The real-time combat
Not for this
system
one.
and cooperative multiplayer gameplay offer an innovative break from traditional turn-based RPGs. I don't like the multiplayer in Secret of Mana, to tell you the truth, because you got to rely on someone else.
Yeah,
whenever
I don't
play-
think I ever played it with somebody else. I think I only played it on my own.
It's like, what are you doing? Don't do that attack, you fucking idiot! Like, heal me! Ah, fuck! Like, I'll do it on my own. Terranigma. I've never played this game.
Never heard of this
Overview.
one.
It is the third game in the Quintet trilogy, with Illusion of Gaia and that was the other one. Come on, help me out here. What's the other game?
Don't know. Never heard of this.
Let me see. There's 3 games that take place in the same universe, and they're not exactly sequels, but they're not exactly not sequels. It's Illusion of Gaia. This one. What's the other one? Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer is the other one.
What's Blasphemous Haunted Wisp? The name of the game or the fact that we don't know it? Yeah, Soul Blazer.
Yeah.
I don't know if these were ever released in Europe. I don't remember any of these.
I don't think they were. I mean, this particular one right here, Terranigma, was never released in the US. This one was released in Europe, was not released in the US.
Right.
Chronicling the resurrection of a desolate Earth, the protagonist's arc navigates between the underworld and the surface, unraveling cosmic mysteries. Through exploration, combat, and interaction, players witness the rebirth of continents, flora, and fauna. I mean, I would assume that flora and fauna were coming back if you're, rebirthing the continents, but whatever. The game's profound themes and epic scope make it an RPG gem that pushes philosophical boundaries. Here's why it's unmissable. Beyond its captivating story, Terranigma stands out for its philosophical and metaphysical undertones. All right. Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. I loved Lufia 1. Lufia 2 pissed me off to no fucking end. Okay.
Again, I haven't played either of them.
Well, here's the thing. So Lufia 1, it's the story. When you start off the game, you play as the 4 fabled heroes, right? Because it's like 4 heroes defeated a great evil called the Sinistrals, right? They're of legend. They're the heroes of legends. 4 guys, and then they've come back, right? And so you have to get your team, and you're going to go back. You're going to recruit new guys, and you're going to go out, kill the bad guys, right? So you recruit your team of 4 heroes, and then surprise, surprise, one of them turns out it's actually the reincarnated bad guy, but he's good because he's on your team now, right?
Yeah.
Fine. So the sequel is a prequel, right? Storyline-wise. But when you in the original game, you're told there's 4 heroes, just 4. 4 heroes set out on a quest to defeat evil. And in this game, there's 6. Right?
Uh-huh.
And I go, who the fuck are the other 2? Like, you told me in the first game there's only 4 guys, right? It's only 4. It's very specific. Like the whole game is very specific that it's like 4 heroes set out on a quest. Like, it's not like 6 guys and then like 2 died and then like there's like 4. Right? It'd be like if you watched Avengers, right? And then you watched the prequel, and then suddenly there was like 6 more Avengers. You're like, who the fuck are these guys? They weren't in the Avengers movie. Like, did they die before the Avengers movie? Because like, why are these people here? History tend not to be accurate. No, I don't buy that. Like, they could.
Yeah, the legends were wrong.
Yeah, they made it woke. Yeah. Tony taking it too seriously. I'm just saying, like, I'm sitting there as a kid, like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
Like, he's a stickler for continuity, like me. I'm the same. It pisses me off when things like that happen, and it ruins it. It takes you out of it as well. Ruins the whole fucking game for you.
Maybe I'm just too autistic. Like, no, it's got to be. But anyway, that's why I didn't like the sequel. But let's see. Overview: acting as a prequel to its predecessor, the games recount the tale of Maxim and his confrontation with the Sinistrals, godlike entities with malevolent intentions. Interspersed with intricate puzzles and turn-based combat, the narrative builds its emotionally charged climax. The clever integration of puzzle-solving elements alongside traditional RPG mechanics sets it apart. I not really, because again, the puzzle-solving elements are the exact same that are in every game, right? It's like move this block to open a door, like Legend of Zelda. Legend of Dragoon. How many other Lagoon? Like every RPG on SNES had like the same sort of puzzles, pretty much, right?
Yeah. How much different were these puzzles compared to other ones then? Surely they were all sort of same idea.
Yeah, kill these many guys, door opens, or push this block until it lights up this thing. Raise it, light the 3 fucking torches, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Stand on this loose block on the ground.
Yeah. That little crack, you bomb it and you walk into the fucking door. Yeah. Whatever. Why it's unmissable? For whatever reason, this game was never officially released in the United States back when it came out in 1995. I've lived in the United States my entire life. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I've never not lived in the I've always lived in the U.S. And I distinctly remember playing this game while I was alive in the U.S.
On import, maybe?
I've never imported any games in my life.
So where is it released in? I take it was released in Europe if it was translated, yeah?
No, it was released in the U.S. Smash is just an idiot. Lufia 2 was released in 1996. The game came out in Japan in 1995, and then a year later it released in the U.S. It actually had advertisements in game magazines and stuff, because I remember distinctly having played the first one and then seeing the advertisements for the second one and getting excited to want to play the second one. This is just wrong.
Right. Have you checked? Are you 100% sure it was released in the US?
I will stake my reputation on it.
Okay. Let's check.
Lufia 2, I'm on the Wikipedia page. Release, North America, May 1996.
Yep. You're right. North America, 96. PAL 97, we got it a full year later. So yeah, Smash is wrong on this one.
See, it's just wrong. So now I'm like, did you even play these games? Now I'm just like, Smash, did you play any of these games? Or did you copy this from somewhere? Like, how did you get this wrong, right? Here's what I think happened. I think this blurb here, or at least this part of it here, I think that belongs to this one here, because Terranigma never came out in the US.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's supposed to be here. And for whatever reason, he put it here.
Yeah, he may have been referring to notes and mixed them up.
The game brilliantly combines puzzle solving with traditional RPG mechanics, making for a mentally stimulating journey. again, with the puzzle solving, and you're not explaining why you think that the puzzle solving in this game is so unique and so innovative and so noteworthy as to make it unmissable in this game, as opposed to all the other games that are RPGs that have puzzle solving mechanics, right?
Mm.
Breath of Fire 2. Personally, I think part 1 is better. I think the cast of characters in part 1 is better, and the dragon mechanic in part 1 is better.
Yeah, the Breath of Fire series I never really got into either.
It's Capcom.
Yeah.
But part two is good because you could mix. You unlock these. I forget what they're called. They have a weird name. We'll just call them like magicians, right? And they have different elements, and then you can mix them with your characters. So then, like the monkey could be like a fire monkey, and there's special ones. Like certain ones would just give you like fire monkey, but like certain ones would give you, oh shit, this monkey now looks like a half monkey, half plant, right? So there's like special combinations that gave you special sprites and stuff, and that was pretty cool. And then he would call on dragons, and they would just come out and like take his spot and like do an attack. But in the first one, it would actually be like a party member type thing.
Well, Fire Monkey sounds cool.
Why the screenshots don't display combat, just random town walking? I don't know. There goes one good screenshot. I think.
Yeah, that one did. Yeah.
This one got combat, sort of. I am curious. Now that you said that, I'm curious where the screenshots came from. Because these look like standard. These don't look like this is a full screenshot, right?
Yeah.
And then you see how this one has the bars?
Yeah.
All of them should have the bars. Because these games are not HD, right?
Yeah, they're 4x3.
Yeah, they should all be 4x3, but these aren't. So either he's taken them from an emulator that has put them 4x3, but they're too clear.
Or God forbid, Google.
Yeah, or he's Googled them.
If you googled each of these games, you could tell right away. We should see the screenshots, the first few hits.
So let's do that. We'll Google.
let's
Google Earthbound. Yeah, why not? So I Googled Earthbound.
I'll do Super Mario RPG.
Actually, yeah, it is. Oh my god! All right, so everyone, remember that screenshot.
Oh, there's a new one, isn't there?
So I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to share the. As you can see, this is Earthbound from Google, and right here.
Yeah, it fucking is.
It's the exact same screenshot. This is from the
Super
gamer.
Mario RPG is the same.
Where did yours come from?
Well, I'm doing Super Mario RPG SNES, and I've got that exact screenshot about 10 pictures.
Yeah, but like you see on this one where it says this is from the gamer, like the website it comes from is the gamer.
All right. This one comes from a website called vg247.com. Reviews. 24/7. Yeah, video game reviews. Yeah. Because
you see, like Polygon here. See how Polygon has the bars because they're using the real screenshots versus. So.
Come on, Smash! What are you doing? Well, we know what you're doing, but why are you doing it, Smash?
Would you say Super Mario RPG?
Yeah, but you have to put SNES because there's a Super Mario RPG on the. There's a remake, I think, on the. It must have been a Wii, I think. Was it the Wii?
I gotta go back and look at the screenshot from Smash. So it's the Smithy with the Shy Guys. What'd you say? It was like 10 in?
What have you?
I'm not getting it.
No, go back up.
You're over here making accusations against Smash. What would you do?
No, I've got it. I don't know why you're not getting the same hits as me. No, there you go. Go down. Again. Okay, stop. Is it not that one?
Oh, it's right there. Yeah, I didn't see
that
it.
one. It's the exact same picture.
It is. And this is 10 by, was it 1024 by 896? I don't know. I wonder if there's metadata on these things. Inspect. Where did it come from?
Poor Smash. He's always under a lot more scrutiny on this show than anywhere else. I don't know why.
Nah, not us. What are you talking about? We never put Smash under any extra scrutiny that anyone else doesn't get.
No. I'm just having a look at the metadata as well. Inspect element. Oh, I've crashed it. Fuck it.
Good job.
You're on your own now, Tony.
Another crummy copy pasta. SOB. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this riveting article. I'm guessing all of these are the same, which is a shame. Shame, Smash.
Well, yeah, I've crashed it. I've crashed Google.
How would you do that?
I don't. You can't handle it. Is it back? Let me do that one. What's this one? Terranigma.
I got it. It's on Infinity Retro. It's literally on the first page.
Right.
Smash just likes to open his mouth more than others. That's all. Yeah. Why? You can't just Google images and then take images from Google. Not right.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of thing I would do, but then I'm an amateur idiot.
Yeah. Well, he should at least be like, this is where I got, site where the images came from.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what a normal person would do.
Well, you may find in the next couple of days that's what happens now that you've ripped it apart.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Probably not. But let's where are we at here? Yeah, okay. So Breath of Fire 2, let's see what he says. Overview. The saga of Ryu, a young warrior with the power of dragons, unfolds as he grapples with religious corruption and the mysteries of his past. This game expands on its predecessor, offering a world teetering between hope and despair. Character transformations, a town building feature, and an intricate plot makes it an unforgettable experience. Why? It's unmissable. Its transformation abilities and the town building feature provides a layer of depth to the standard RPG formula. I guess that's why it's unmissable.
Can you build a town?
It's like a base, and it expands as you recruit people, but it's not like building in the sense of like a Minecraft or something, right?
Yeah.
It's more like, have you ever played Suikoden?
No.
It's like, well, if you played that, like as you recruit people, your town gets built, your base gets bigger.
Right. Okay.
To reflect the amount of people that you have.
Still, that's quite cool. Sets it apart. I quite like that idea.
If you like that idea, right? Yeah, that's Capcom. If you like that, if you've ever played fuck is it? Dark. Fuck. I had it and now I lost it. Dark Cloud. If you ever played Dark Cloud, that has a town building feature where as you save people from the dungeons, you have to put their houses. So, like, say you save Fred, so you put his house down, and you get to pick where it goes, and then depending on where you put it and what you put it next to, it can unlock other things. So there's like almost a strategy to putting your town a certain way.
Right.
Anyway, Final Fantasy IV 2 in the US. Overview. As Dark Knight Cecil embarks on a redemption quest, players explore themes of love, betrayal, and self-discovery. This title introduced the active time battle system, revolutionizing the genre with its dynamic combat. With a cast of multifaceted characters and globe-spanning adventures, it remains a foundational RPG experience. Why it's unmissable. The introduction of the active time battle system revolutionized RPG gameplay, offering dynamic combat scenarios. You know what would be really helpful? If he actually explained what that meant. Right? Like, yeah, I'm reading this and I go, okay, well, what is the active time battle system? Right? Like, you just keep, it's like, hey, the blue really revolutionized painting. You're like, well, can you explain what the blue is? Like, can you give me a little indication? Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen.
Never heard of this.
I would consider this more of a strategy game, less RPG. I know that like there's like a lot of overlap between those two. Overview. Marrying real-time strategy with RPG elements, players lead a rebellion against an oppressive regime. The game's morality and leadership dynamics influence the branching story outcomes, offering a layered strategic depth. Its blend of troop management, tactical combat, and ethical decisions crafts a unique narrative journey. Why it's unmissable. The morality and leadership system affects branching story outcomes, making each playthrough unique.
So it's a strategy game with RPG elements. It's not really an RPG then.
Yeah. Like this is your team. This is like one of your teams, right?
Right.
And they're pretty much all unnamed. You have like generals. You have like main characters that have names. Then you have like basic characters, basic units, right?
Yeah.
And you could put up to 5 people in a unit, and the way you put them in the order in which kind determines what their attacks are. So like if you put him in the front, his front attack might be a slash, and his back attack might be, say, an arrow, right?
Yeah.
And so positioning your units in different ways opens up different strategies to take on the enemies. It's a pretty decent game. There's also a secret ending where like you go to like you put in a special code and it takes you to a special island, and then you beat that level, and then the game just ends.
But he's not saying this is his favorite of them all, is he?
I mean, he didn't number any of them.
They're in no particular order, are they?
He didn't say they were, but I'm assuming they're because they're not numbered, right?
They're not alphabetical either, are they?
No, I don't think so. No, because Ogre Battle would.
Yeah, it would have been.
Breath of Fire should have been the first. It was alphabetical, so yeah. No. All right, so it's, these RPGs from the SNES era didn't just define a generation; they sculpted the very foundations of the genre. Each title, with its distinct narrative and gameplay innovations, encapsulates what made this console era a golden age for role-playing adventures. Did I miss any? What is your favorite? Sound off in the comments below.
The fact that he didn't number them, I think, maybe goes to show he didn't play some of them.
Yeah.
And the fact that he stole all the screenshots also is a good indication.
Yeah. Oh, well. Final Fantasy is always going to be on there. I mean, it's kind of weird that you would have Final Fantasy VI way up here on the list, right? Like Chrono Trigger, unless it's going from 1 down, right? Maybe that's the order it's going in.
That looks more likely if that's the case.
It almost looks like, and I don't want to accuse him of copying someone else's list, but it almost looks like he copied someone else's list and just kind of threw it up there.
Well, if only Smash was a friend of the channel still, you could ask him, but, he's not anymore.
It's not.
He's a friend of Sweet and Tender. He can ask him. Actually, what am I talking about? I like him. I'm still cordial with Smash. I'll ask him.
Potion says, your buddy Smash likes to steal screenshots for his website without giving credit, passing them off as his own by admission. Way to pick your friends, Sweet. Wait, we're friends. Damn.
He's okay.
If this was my site, I would at least add additional screenshots showing the bullet points, but you have to play the game. No Dungeon Master? I wouldn't put it up there. I don't understand. Like, if you're going to include Ogre Battle, I would have put Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to step outside the genre that you're listing, you may as well put everything.
Well, I mean, because technically it's an action RPG, right?
Well, you were saying that. What was that one that was on there? It was like an action RPG.
Secret of Mana.
Secret of Mana, yeah. If you're going to put that, you may as well put Zelda as well.
I would have definitely put Secret of Evermore on there. I wouldn't have put Terranigma because, again, Terranigma never came out in the US, right? So there's a good chance that Smash never played it. If he did play it, he played it years later, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people wouldn't have played it. So I think even if Terranigma was innovative or, moved the genre forward, I think because it didn't get released in the US and a lot of people didn't play it when it came out, a lot of people wouldn't be aware of those things. And so its impact, while on developers would have been big, I think on gamers would have been smaller, right?
Yeah.
I would have put Illusion of Gaia. That's good. And like we're saying, Soul Blazer. I like Lagoon. I know a lot of people didn't really like that game. It was kind of crappy. But personally, I liked it. I rented it, and I remember playing it. Adam's Family Value should be on the list.
Yeah. So should FIFA 94.
This is why having a worldwide release is good. Yeah. There's definitely a couple of games I would have switched in and out on those. I don't know. Were you a big RPG guy in the 16-bit era, Finbar?
Not in the 16-bit era. I don't even remember. I don't remember even seeing Final Fantasy. I don't know if that was another one that wasn't released in Europe. But the first time I saw or heard of Final Fantasy was when 7 came out in the PS1. And then they did like a re-release on PS1 where they released I think it was 4, 5, and 6. And that's the first time I got the chance to play them. But I don't remember them. Like I said before, I always thought Zelda was an RPG. That's what I always assumed an RPG was. But we argued about that before, didn't we? Where it has to have turn-based battles to be classed as an RPG, doesn't it?
That's what I always
or what we believe to be,
a traditional RPG, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. If he was going to go the route of including games that didn't have like a US release, then Final Fantasy V should have been on there. Yeah, because it had the expanded job system.
I think that was always classed as the best one on the Super Nintendo, wasn't it? 5.
Yeah, but like I said, we didn't get that till years later, so we didn't know. And the same thing with like what is 3 on there, or is 3 still on the SNES? No, 3 still on the SNES. So 4 was the first one.
1 and 2 were NES, I think, and then 3.
No, 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3 were NES. That's right, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6 were Super NES.
Well, like I said, if you're going to include games that didn't release in the US, then 5 should have been on the list because it's definitely a better game than some of the ones on there.
But I don't think that never had a European release either, so it was never translated. I think it's a good reason to keep it off the list if it's never been translated from Japanese.
It has been translated over the years.
It has been now, years later though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so Terranigma has actually never been translated. I think maybe it has a European release. So I guess yeah. So it was
I
translated.
think if it did have a European release back in the day, it was translated, but I don't think Final Fantasy V ever was. Not until the PlayStation release.
The hell's that one? Robo Trek. I would have put that on there. I love that game. How about Fire Emblem for the Super Famicom? Again, I would consider Fire Emblem personally more of a strategy game, like a Final Fantasy Tactics. Like I wouldn't include Final Fantasy Tactics or even a Suikoden. Not Suikoden. Shining Force. Shining Force, Final Fantasy Tactics, Fire Emblem. I would consider that more like a strategy. I would consider EVO an RPG, definitely. You leveled up. It didn't have any equipment, but it did have you pick different branches in your evolution to get different stats. Right? It had stats. It had leveling up. And it's a fucking great game. And it has multiple endings. 56 says, I always thought RPG was boring reading fest.
Yeah, they are. But
Mystic Quest, I would put that on there. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Again, I know a lot of people didn't like that game. It's considered easier, but it was made specifically by Square Enix. Yeah, by Square for like, hey, we're going to try to make an easy RPG to get you into the genre. And it does a thing that I'm not like, I want to say like 90% of RPGs doesn't do this thing where when you attack the enemies, their sprite changes to show you that they're getting damaged. So like you fight a guy who's made of ice and he's 50% health. So now all of a sudden, like he's broken a little. Then like when he's 25% health, he's like almost melted. So you get to like a visual cue, like, oh shit, I'm almost killed this guy, right?
Yeah.
So I appreciate it. I always thought that was cool. That was a little nice touch that you don't get on a lot of RPGs. Anyway, I got this screenshot from Sweet and Tender Hooligan. I think we should go over it. He's probably been antsing his pantsin over there. So this is from Lathe 26. Comes to us from Atari Age. Jersey Style said, this is where I'm getting confused. I haven't seen these cheap shots. Certainly not on these forums anyway. They're referring to people claiming that cheap shots were being taken at William Mauler.
A.K.A. Uncle Fester.
So he says, Lave says, since the not seeing the cheap shots against Willie has come up a few times, I'll add a little info here. None of what I say here addresses anything Willie has done or not done. It only discusses the cheap shots. Number one, multiple YouTube channels have taken to calling him, quote, Uncle Fester. This is a cheap shot to mock his physical appearance. It is also hypocritical. Many of the same folks saying this are the same folks who were upset, and rightfully so, when Tommy and followers were mocking Pat, the NES punk's curly hair, i.e. mock Pat's physical appearance. I was never upset when they talked about Pat's curly hair. I don't think a lot of people were upset when they called Pat the curly-haired guy, right? I think a lot of us thought it was stupid. Like that's the insult you're going with. Like Pat has curly hair. Like I always thought that was the angle. Like
I think Pat got upset though, didn't he?
No, I think Pat was also like this is like my curly hair. Like I think he was more like flabbergasted. Like
yeah,
like what? Like
that's
curly hair. Like
yeah, to be he got flabbergasted at a lot of things, didn't he?
Yeah. It's like when he called Ian the long-haired dude, and Ian's like, "Yeah, I have long hair," but like he wasn't mad. He was mad that Tommy pretended that he didn't know his name, right? Not like that he was insulted over having long hair, right? It's like, and I think that was the same thing with like the curly-haired. Like I think it was like, really, like is that where we're going? Like, it's not even a joke. Like I have curly hair. Like what's the insult?
Well, this is Tommy wanting to regress into these old school insults that he used years ago, but he can't now because he realizes he's the head of a family-friendly console. Has to keep it PG.
And I will say, if you watch the stream that I did, I said my original statement, my first statement was, he looks more like Uncle Fester than the guy they have for the current Wednesday TV show. So I wasn't mocking his appearance. I was just making a statement. Then I was like, hey, that's we'll just call him Uncle Fester, right? Because I didn't know his name at that time. I had missed the part where they introduced him at the beginning because I was talking over it probably. So I was just like, I would refer to him as Uncle Fester. It's just easier. And as we've said many times, it was a term of endearment.
Yeah.
Uncle Fester was our guy. We were like Team Uncle Fester. We're like, yes, Intellivision 3, let's get rid of the Amico. I'm sick of this shit. This is a thing I can get behind.
We were ready to jump on the shell train, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
right alongside Uncle Fester.
It's like when people call me Kermit, right? Like I don't take it as an insult. It's just like, hey, it's Kermit or the Frog. To be fair, Uncle Fester did run away, and the chat picked it up. Yeah,
he did.
The entire Uncle Fester outrage is to distract people from the real problem. Amico rebranding, yeah. Pat looks like Frodo, and Ian looks like Gandalf. Pat the Frodo, maybe, but I don't see the Ian Gandalf.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't see. Let me see. My new DJC inspired song, I Need My Amico. What? Is that already a song? Or is that I Want My Amico?
This is the follow-up.
Did you know, speaking of DJC, did you know that we missed on the golden opportunity, Finbar?
Oh, no.
We missed because we were not aware of DJC way back when, right?
Yeah.
But DJC actually, at one point, he had tickets to the ICP. He had no one to go with. So he went to Twitter and was like, Twitter, I got tickets to ICP. Does anybody want to go with me? We could have been watching ICP with our man DJC.
Well, you could have been. I'm not into them.
The ticket was paid for.
He
did say any ladies. Like first he's like looking for someone who wants to see ICP tonight with me. I got a ticket paid for, and then he says any ladies want to see ICP with me. But like originally, like
you should have led with that. Yeah,
probably should have led with that. But still, I'm sure if he got no takers from the ladies, if some dude was like, "Hey, I want to see ICP. Let's go hang out, man." I could have been hanging out with DJC.
Yeah, sweet would have gone. There you go. Did he get any takers in the end?
There was no replies to the tweet, so
you could have gone. Things could have been very different if you'd gone to see Insane Clown Posse with DJC.
Sad DJC noises.
He could have convinced you to what is it you said? Show his support by chucking 1,000 in.
Yeah. We'd have just thrown a couple thousand in. No big deal. Could you imagine? I would have been a shill.
Yeah.
TGD Game Studios. I would have had my own wristbands.
Yeah.
Things would have been so different. A 56K says, thanks, Tony, for taking the heat. Didn't get me for talking about sock and sandal heathens. Yeah. Either way. ICP's not for loners. They have a whole gathering of the juggalos every year. It's a place to make friends. Very welcoming people. And they're Christian. They had that whole Christian music. I'm surprised they ever recovered from that. You know what I'm talking about, Finbar?
What, they went Christian?
So the lore of ICP, right, is that they were given 6 cards, right? These 6 cards, and they represented 6 albums they were going to release. And each album represented a specific card. It was like the Joker card, the Reaper, whatever, right?
Right.
And when all 6 had been released, they were gonna their message was gonna be out there to the world, right? That the ultimate And so they and you know their music's like chicken hunting and like fucking killing people and like fuck
Yeah.
you bitch, right? And they go through all this, and then like when they're done with all six, like they release like this like, ooh, God loves us and everything's fantastic, and like people are like, what? Like it was like a 180 on like the way all their other songs were up to that point. It was the funniest shit.
What, a whole album of that? They released a whole album. A troll, obviously, yeah.
I think they were serious. Yeah.
That's like it's like Tommy, isn't it? Going 180 and doing the family friendly thing after the old dinosaur balls stuff. Dinosaur
Pretty
cock
much.
or whatever it was he was talking about.
Because they had what? Carnival of Carnage, Ringmaster, Riddlebox, The Great Malenko, The Amazing Jekyll Brothers, and then they decided to split it up into 2 albums because the Wraith was the Wraith Shangri-La and then the Wraith Hell's Pit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, all their music is like dark and violent, and all of a sudden, like they released this song that was like all like happy. It was just weird.
I'm gonna have to go check him out now. I should have gone with DJC. It's for fucking families.
Fuck families, man. But I do like. I actually do like ICP's music. Bowling Balls is fantastic. Another love song. Chicken Hunting, Ned and Game, Homies. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the ICP. So it would have been something. Could you imagine that?
Well, I'm gonna check him out, sweet. Yeah. I'm gonna
DJC.
check him out now that I know they've gone.
Yeah. I always said that DJC was Violent J, so I would have been the Shaggy 2-Dope to his Violent J. All right. Where the hell were we? Oh, yeah, we're talking about Amico. Fuck. Multiple videos, not comments, videos have been created with the thumbnails of Willie's face with the word balloons of him fake saying the below. I censored some of the below to comply with Atari Age standards and rules. My hot sister thinks I'm a piece of shit. Please let me move on from the drama. I'm a weak cuck. I think I know who made those videos, Tommy Amico. So, you know, it was Tommy. Tommy, it wasn't even, again, it wasn't multiple people. It was multiple videos, obviously. But it was just Tommy Amico. And if you're involved in the community, that was Tommy Amico taking a Slotham thumbnail and then putting William's face in place of Darius's. So, I mean, it was like a joke. You have to like know what's going on in the community to be like, oh, that's, you know, right?
Yeah, I think from an outsider looking in, yeah, that probably looks pretty bad. But
yeah,
people who are familiar with Slotham's thumbnails would see the joke.
There are more examples of the above, mostly on YouTube, since Atari Age shuts down this behavior. Note for AA mods, if this post violates any AA rules, I apologize in advance, and feel free to nuke this post from orbit. Falling on his sword.
They seem like real pussies on Atari Age, I've got to say.
They're like boomers, man. They're like... They want everything to be like nice and rosy and like nobody's mean to each other and nobody gets out of line. And like they don't understand entertainment. Like at the end of the day, okay. Finbar, Tommy Amico, Sweet and Tender, we're entertainers, right?
Well, not
we have to be entertaining. Right? You have to be entertaining. I know a lot of people will go, "Whoa, you just slap Intellivision Amico on a video title, and boom, you get hits, right?" And it's not true. because other people have tried it. People have tried it and fallen to the wayside because they would watch their videos and they're not entertaining. Right? Being informative is great. Being informative and entertaining is fantastic. And that's why people keep coming back. That's why we have the amount of fans that we have. That's why when I do a live stream about Intellivision specifically, we have 50 people throughout the whole thing, hanging on my words, 3-4 hours of me just being a jackass, right? Because people find that entertaining. I don't know why, but they do. And that's why Sweet and Tender, he could do a 9-hour live stream and we're still like, let's see what the fuck's going on, right? Like, it's entertaining.
He's also over on Atari Age. He's got 2 accounts as well.
Yeah, they put him on probation.
Have they banned him already?
No, but he's on mod review.
Right.
So
you're not going to make it through this review, Sweet. I don't think. But that will just prove the point. If he doesn't make it, he hasn't actually said anything bad, as far as I understand. He's just he won't make it through this review, and that will just go to show you how much of a bunch of pussies they are over on Atari Age, and you don't need to be there anyway.
Yeah,
you have to be mod reviewed. Is that every post that you make? You've got to be mod reviewed, or your whole account?
It's every post he makes.
Right, and that's just because of who you are. It's not. They don't do that to everybody, right?
No.
That's kind of shitty, isn't it? That's
They probably
almost,
someone complained about him being there, and then so they like
it's almost like racial profiling, and I don't stand for that. It's not cool.
It's almost like it's like being a gaming racist.
Yeah, but it's right. He's what he's saying before. They defended Tommy. They shut down every negative comment that was made in that forum about the Amico. And then all of a sudden they just went, as soon as they realised or realised too late that it was going down the toilet, did a 180 and wanted to forget about it ever happening.
Never forget. So, we did have one other Amico thing. I don't know if you guys are over there on the Rumble. Are you on the Rumble, gentlemen?
I'm not on the Rumble.
Not on the Rumble? Well, if you're on the Rumble, and I say it like that because I'm an old boomer. If you're on the Rumble, you might find that a Next Level Gaming is also on the Rumble. It's on the Rumble. And he did a special NLG Spotlight Amico playtesting the controller.
How long ago did he post this?
This was posted 2 days ago.
Really? We're still going with this?
Yeah, Jesus. We watched this, and it's not on YouTube. It is specifically just for Rumble. Currently, there are 2 comments. I actually had to get a Rumble account, and I did this when I was with Sweet and Tender yesterday. In order to see the comments, you have to log into your Rumble account. So I had to get a Rumble account specifically just so I could see the 2 comments on the video. And it's from Master System Marceau. Looking forward to playing these games. These controllers seem amazing. They do have some charm to them, says Mike. That is for sure. Okay, so now, this is a video spotlighting specifically the controllers. Okay? Keep that in mind, people. Keep that in mind. Because we're going to watch this video. It is a 9-minute and 54-second video. Are you prepared for this? You're not prepared.
Prepared for all 9 minutes of it? Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next 3 hours.
Music is really loud, by the way. And I lowered it a little bit. I don't know if it's just Rumble or just Mike put really loud music, but all right, now I want you to note something real quick here. This, again, is a controller spotlight. That right there in the bottom right hand of my screen, of your screen now, as you're watching this, that is as big as it gets for the entire video. That's it. The controller's not front and center. where you can see it, right? Because you don't need to see the gameplay. The gameplay is not why we're here. We're here for the controller, right?
Yeah.
Controller stays that small the entire time. Also, he doesn't talk. There's nothing but music the entire video. He does not explain anything about the controller. There's not like, hey, this is what I'm doing, or this is what this means, or I can turn the controller over. Nothing. There's no words in this entire video from Mike. And so, are you excited? Is that controller now making you excited?
Well, how's he firing?
He's got auto fire on.
Right. How would you fire if you didn't have auto fire on?
I assume you would push one of the buttons on the side.
Right.
Because the original game had auto fire and regular. That's why I asked before, right? Because I had asked, I just let it play. I had asked, I said, is the auto fire faster or slower than what it would be, like what you're capable of actually doing by yourself, right?
Yeah.
And no one could ever answer that. They're like, what are you talking about? It's auto fire. I'm like, yeah, but like if I push the button, really fast, is it going to be able to go faster? Like, is the auto fire boop, 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 or is it like, boop, 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 boop? Like, how fast is it going compared to what the human?
You wanted to know if the auto fire was faster than a human could press it in rapid succession.
And they couldn't wrap their mind around me asking that question. Like, even just like, and now see, look at this here.
This here is slow. This is slow auto fire. This here is faster than a human being could do it. This one.
Well, I put it on 2 times speed, so the video is 2 times speed.
Right.
Also, but look, here's the thing, right? So we have 2 people on the screen, right? So you would think, they would show 2 controllers, so you can see what's going on.
Yeah.
No, just 1 controller. So then so Shark, how is the controller working for Shark? He's not saying anything. Also, I'm assuming that this is green because it seems to be like disappearing when Mike's moving. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like right there, you can see that the background is bleeding through. So I guess that must be green, and the green screen it's not picking up with the green screen effect, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I don't want to assume that Mike overlaid something on top of the controller in post. So that, I guess, those are your lives on the bottom, and that's your score. Your score is only on the controller. It's not on the
control screen. Yeah.
Also, as we pointed out, Spencer misspelled his name.
It happens.
Also, as we pointed out too, because of the font, I don't like this font. Because you can see, I'll explain why. Because as you can see in Spencer's name, right, the red is dark and then you have white outline. Well, Mike used yellow, right? But it has the same white outline, and now that makes it illegible.
Yeah, it's hard to read, yeah.
Because of the brightness of the two, like that's and I could see if I could shift it. Quality. Let me put the quality up so you can see that it's not just bad quality video. Right. So there you can see it's full quality, and you can still barely it's blending in.
Yeah, that could use a dark outline rather than a light one.
Yeah, that's what I would have did, like a black outline.
Yeah.
Also, for some reason, the MIK is real close, and then the E is like separated. Again, I don't know if it's a font issue, spacing issue, because these all seem to be spaced nice, and then these don't. This looks weird again because you got. It seems to be sitting on top of and not part of whatever this bubble is, whatever you want to call that, right? Like, I know I'm nitpicking. I see that, and again, we're not supposed to be here for the gameplay. We're supposed to be here for the controller. It says press touchscreen to dance, right?
Right.
So I'm excited. We're gonna see. I've never seen this feature before, right? This is the controller. The controller has the touchscreen. The touchscreen is what you're gonna press, and then the fish is gonna dance. You ready for this? Oh, Mike didn't show it.
Come on, Mike.
Like, it's just it amazes me, like how you could mess up on like a fundamental level. Like we're trying to show off the controller, we're just not showing the features.
So the only feature it has on the controller is the score.
Yeah, the score.
That couldn't have been put on the screen. That had to be the controller.
Yeah.
I can see how this controller is imperative to the console then.
Right. I mean, you need the controller. You can't see. You don't know what score it is without the controller.
Yeah.
Right. So now he moved over for whatever reason. He moved from the here position. He moved his hands are now here. But again, as I pointed out yesterday, whatever this is, if it's a time attack mode, if it's a boss rush, whatever this is, Mike has not played the game enough to have unlocked whatever this is, right?
Yeah, or it's not finished.
No, because this is ported from it's already finished game. Rigid Force.
Rigid Force is done, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and we seen DJC also played this. I incorrectly said that DJC played from level stage 2 yesterday. No, he played from stage 1. Mike plays from stage 2.
All right.
So, correcting what I said. But yeah, so in Rigid Force, I don't know if you noticed where he was shooting backwards. Where's that? Come on, show it. Right. You could shoot behind you. Right? So right there where you're shooting behind him. He's not saying anything. Like the video literally doesn't say anything. It's just music. So I don't know how he did it on the controller, what button he pushed, like what unlocks the shoot backwards mode, right?
Yeah.
I see him tapping here, 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 and here. He's tapping like 4 things. What's firing? Is everything firing? Right?
Well, this is what I mean. There's no like set structure to where all the buttons are. Like, is it the touchscreen? Is it the thing on the shoulders? Is it the actual disc itself? You don't know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, voiceover, like saying, "Hey, this is what I'm doing. Hey, if you hit the shoulder buttons, is the fire. You know, the screen controls the super beam or whatever, right? You know, like, say something. Like, how is this showing off the controller? Like, this is like the laziest. Like, I'm just gonna throw something up there because I'm obligated to do so.
Not even necessarily having it bigger, but having it pause, then have him zoom into the controller, explain to you what he's going to do and how it's going to work, and then zoom back out and play the game.
Yeah,
that would be better.
Oh, the controller's added in post, I believe, right? Because it's a green screen. So now Missile Command. Now there was some controversy yesterday with this, right? F1 JV was very upset with me. But okay, so you can see this is Missile Command, and he's going to use the Samsung Note 9, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, what does it say on the screen?
Which part?
This part here.
Solo average skill.
All-time high scores, right?
Uh-huh.
Now he switched it over to global high scores, right?
Yeah.
There's only one score.
Well, surely global high scores would be him and DJC, wouldn't it?
Well, look, so we go to the beginning, and I hate how Rumble works, right? 185,364 is the all-time high score solo for just him, right? And then it's the exact same score for global. There's only one score. Even if the online doesn't work. Surely, between him and his children, I think he's got like 2 kids, 3 maybe, right? They've played the game. Surely their scores should have been on there, right?
Well, unless they haven't played it.
Surely Mike's other scores, right? You know, I'm assuming he didn't get Wave 24. And F1 JV says, well, maybe it's just Mike's score, right? It only shows the highest score for that account. On the global, it would make sense, but on the previous one was just was not the global. It was the all-time high scores for solo, right? So surely somebody else's score should have been on one of the 2 screens, right? If any, there's other people testing. There's people that live in Mike's house, and Mike I should have been playing more than once, right?
Yeah, there shouldn't be one single score. It doesn't make any sense.
So he says, is Rigid Force on Amico anyway different from the release on other consoles? Yes, there's a 2-player mode. And in the 2-player mode, the option, the little thing that shoots, that's not part of the ship, but it's like circles around the ship or whatever. In 2-player mode, you can control that and you're invincible. It's like playing Tails in Sonic 3,
2.
Right? Or 2. So there you go. Clearly, NFT blockchain not working. Stop nitpicking their infrastructure. Yeah. So now we're going to see the gameplay. And again, it doesn't say anything.
You can't even... he's not even got his hands in it this time.
No.
It's pointless.
So if you look, there's a little thing moving around the screen, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing... because he's got this, right? This is lighting up. But also, there's a little thing moving here. So is he moving using the screen, or is he moving using the fake disc? Right?
It's the
controlling?
It's the fake disc, isn't it? Because it's moving along with that. You see when he presses.
Yeah, but why would this little dot here? Why does that need to show up?
I don't know.
You're not looking at. You shouldn't be looking at the dot because you got to be looking at the screen to know.
Yeah.
So you know where you're
This
at.
would be horrible to control using a phone.
Nintendo explained how the Wiimote worked. Yeah. If that high score worked, you would see Mullis, DJC, Spencer, Seth, and Atari Creep. That's what I'm saying. And all the what they say, 26 other people that were supposedly
all those other
it.
consoles that went out.
Yeah.
Like IGN and Giant Bomb and all that.
Yeah. But again, I don't know what this little dot is that's moving around, why it's there. It makes no sense. You have all these buttons. All 3 seem to be lighting up. So it's just the blue button is what's activating.
Yeah. Why do you need all these buttons?
Because the controller has 2 on each side, or 4. Yeah, 2 on each side. So no matter which way you hold it, why it has a fake orientation button. Like this is the button that you push to orientate the controller, right?
Yeah.
You don't need that on your phone, right? Just like you don't need the fake speaker and the fake recorder button, right?
Yeah.
Because your speaker is not here or here. That's the screen. So you don't need these fake. You could have just not included that in your controller app, right? Like he's not even explaining the game, like because I see things that are happening that are not in the regular missile command, right?
Do you think, like looking at the videos of this, right? Any of those games, do you think an old person looking at them would understand any of that and find it intuitive to just pick a controller up and play it?
No.
Especially when he starts like reorientating the controller midway through gameplay. I mean, an old person probably would do that, but
I'm no gaming genius, but it's really simple to remove extra buttons on the touchscreen app. Yeah. Do you think the system actually records the high scores? What if they turn off the system? Yeah, I think it only records until they turn it off. Yeah. That might be the issue. It might not have any memory. It might be like an old arcade machine, like when they unplug the arcade machine, the high scores reset.
Yeah, resets. Yeah, resets every time you turn it on.
Whoever got hired to do the mobile front end needs to be shot with a Nerf gun. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that video was very not helpful. It was the opposite of helpful. B, what the hell is going on? Why is there only one high score? Someone needs to explain this. Is there no other one? No one else is testing? Has no one else played Missile Command except for Mike? Like, no one, like, nah, fuck that. Because DJC admitted that he just got Rigid Force the other day. Like, the man's been testing for 8 months, and he just got Rigid Force, and he just started playing it.
Right. What, he was able to download it, was he?
Who knows? It could have been on the system, and it could be like, oh, it doesn't work, and then like, all right, like wait 3 weeks and tell him like now he could download it. He pushed the little button, it's like, guys, it's downloading. Right?
Maybe that's what happened with the first console. He got it and he said, there's no Rigid Force on this. And then they sent him another one and he went, there's still no Rigid Force on this. And he went, shit, we've run out of consoles. We'll have to wait for Mike to finish with his.
Right. What does Amico Forever think of the new BBG console? I don't know. Sweet. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Calm down, Sweet. Yes, he just say it. He clipped the Amico Forever for us.
Okay.
He wants us to play, but he's so like a little kid with like all this frantic energy. He just can't just calm down. We're gonna get to it. Man.
He runs on Amico news. What can you do?
So as far as the BBG console, right? And I explained this last night, and I'll explain it again. My belief, and it's just my belief. So this isn't like fact. I haven't like reached out to anybody to get this information. Okay? Don't take this as gospel. But William Mahler said he'd been working on this for a year, right?
Right.
I said, well, how is it possible that he was working on this for a year if BBG just got the license for the Amico games earlier this year, right? Like 6 months ago. And it was only announced like 2 months ago, right? That doesn't make sense. Why would BBG say, hey, let's make an Intellivision emulator console, right? We don't have the license for anything, but don't worry, just fucking go. No, makes no sense. So here's what I think happened. I think William Mahler got it into his head that he was going to make an FPGA console that played Atari, Coleco, and Intellivision. Okay. And he started working on it a year ago. That was true. He was working on it a year ago. He wasn't working on it with BBG. That's the part that's misleading and false. He was working on it solo a year ago. Then he finds out that BBG got the license to these games, right? So he approaches BBG, says, hey, I'm working on this console. You got the license to those games. I'd like to put those games on my console, right? And BBG said, yeah, that's fine, right? We have the license. We can put it on consoles. Yeah. So he's like, we're going to make this FPGA and you could put in the games. And then he says, well, did you get any more? And they go, yeah, we're working on to get the rest of the games, right? So then William says, how about I make a flashback style console and you could put the games that you licensed on my console, right? Because, and like I said yesterday, technically, right? A new FPGA console or a new flashback console made by William Mahler, by Electronite, by BBG, by fucking Tommy Amico, whoever, is technically a new system. It is a other system from the Amico. If Intellivision Entertainment licensed the games with the understanding that they could put them on other systems at the discretion of BBG, right? BBG wants to put it on, Xbox or Sony. They haven't announced Sony, so I don't know. Maybe Intellivision, like you could put it on Xbox and Steam and Switch, but you can't put it on PlayStation, right? Like that was like their line. But like if they said, hey, these, you could put it on other consoles, right? And that was like a blanket statement. Then technically, I could see them going, yeah, well, technically, this is another console, right? Like even though this is going to be strictly a flashback of Intellivision stuff, technically, it's an other console. Right? It's not Amico, it's other, right?
But it just wouldn't have been able to carry the Intellivision name on the console.
Yeah. And so I think that's where they got this. Williams like, hey, we can do this because you have them. You can license them. You can license them, to put them on this console that I'm making. Sounds good, right? Sounds good on paper. Then they made the announcement. William came out, did the video with Mike. Intellivision found out, and they're like, wait a minute, no. This is like you're like trying to do this weird loophole thing. That no, you can't just have a dedicated Intellivision flashback having all the games you just licensed from us, right? It's like that's not the spirit of what we made the agreement on, right? Like, and so I could see this like back and forth between the two, and then BBG, like, you know what, you're right. We were trying to like kind of like fuck you over a little, right? Like, and they're just like, okay, we're just not going to do the flashback. Like the FPGA they can do, and again, I think the issue was, and where William got really upset and why William's mad at everybody is because after Intellivision found out, they're like, no, you can't put those games on the console like packed in, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why it fell apart, because like, he's like, well, if I can't have them packed in, like we can't do it, right? So that's what I think. That's what I believe went down. Can I prove it? No. Will BBG or William ever come out and say that that's what happened? Probably not.
Not now, they won't.
But that is my best guess as to the series of events. And maybe I'm wrong on timing, and maybe the wording was a little different, but I'm pretty confident that is the series of events that happened in this.
Yeah, always felt like there was a certain element of I'll call him William now, stop the Uncle Fest, I think, right? Because I know his name now. But I've always thought there was a certain element of William convincing BBG that they had more than they had. And then the sort of snake eating its tail thing went on where he started running with it. BBG said he could announce it, and what he was announcing was something he wasn't able to do.
Yeah. So, yeah. It is what it is. Would I have bought one? No, probably not. It's not for me. I don't have any original Intellivision cards, and I have the Intellivision Lives collection. So if I really wanted to play Intellivision games, those were what I would play, right?
Yeah, I would have bought one just to spite Tommy.
I wouldn't, because they would still get some money from it, from the licensing agreement, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, it depends on how it's structured. If it was, like I said before, if it's a one-time payment, we don't know if it's a one-time payment or if it's like a percentage of every time they you sell the game for $10, you keep 9, we get 50 cents, type deal. I realize there's another 50 cents out there. I'm just saying. That goes to Uncle Sam. That was the Uncle Sam 50 cents. Yeah. Before someone tries to go, Tony, your math's bad again.
Anytime you want to explain bad math, you just say tax.
Tax. Yeah. Imagine if Willie led his company on further, they actually invest money into the project and it gets killed later. We actually help BBG. Yeah. There is that. I think I'm not trying to say anything was nefarious, but I think there was a misunderstanding of what could be done, and maybe a little like it sounds good on paper, like I don't see why not type thing, right? Like, and then Intel was like, no, dude, no, come on.
Willie got a bit overzealous. That's all.
Yeah,
you're just a fan.
But let's see what is it October? Halloween? Is there a reason? Someone who's watched Amico, is there a reason? Was this like a goal? Yeah, is there a reason that he's dressed up like Skeletor? Was this like a goal? Did you hear about what's name going nuts? Speaking of goals, Review Tech USA. Did you hear about that?
Review Tech USA has gone nuts.
Yeah. So apparently, Review Tech USA raised money with the contingency, like, hey, if I hit a certain amount of goal, that I'll do a stream or this or that or the other thing, right? And then if I don't, he's like, if I don't follow through, then I'll donate like $3,500 or some amount of money to charity of the chat's choosing, right? Because you gave me money, right, to do a thing, and then I didn't do the thing. I'll take the money and put it into charity of your choosing, right? And so months passed by, and he didn't do the thing, and people kept reminding him. And so the other day, I think it was like last week, he got pissed because people were reminding. He started banning people from his chat. He's like, "Screw you guys are losers. I got so much things going on in my life." Like, he had a fucking meltdown on stream, and like, because they're just like, dude, like, he just donated a bunch of money, and they're like, well, we don't believe you, right? Because no one believes anybody. And then B, they're like, we didn't pick the charity. We were supposed to pick the charity. It wasn't just like you donate money to whatever charity you wanted, right? And he was like really mad that people were like reminding him to do these things that he promised. And he's like, I got things going on and I got things happening, yada yada yada. He's like total fucking like, I don't give a shit about you guys. You just give me money and I'll just do whatever the fuck I want type attitude.
Shit, he's going full DSP. He's becoming the thing he hates.
Exactly. That's how people were like, he became fucking Phil. He was DSP.
Is this stream still up?
Apparently it is. And he ended the stream, and then like the next day he streamed early or something, and like continued like his shitty behavior.
Because I don't particularly like Rich, so to watch him meltdown would be quite funny.
Just Google, when you go on YouTube, just Google Review Tech meltdown. And then you'll see like a couple. Not everybody's talking about it. It was like a thing that happened. It kind of flew under the radar. Surprised.
You would like to think now that even if he does take it down, it'll be archived somewhere by somebody.
All right, let's get into this. But back to this. DJC dressed up like Skeletor. Rab just
dressed like He-Man.
Just he's rabbing out. I always the way this camera is, right? Like it always looks like he's just sitting in like fucking like lobby.
Yeah, hallway. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. I don't know why. It always gives me a like lobby vibe. But anyway, let's so red leather, yellow leather. Yo, guys, do you have any info about the Intellivision 3 possible console announcement on Mike's Gaming Gala? Dun, dun, dun.
Red leather, yellow leather. Yo, guys, do you have any info about Intellivision 3 possible?
I just read that, DJC. Why is he reading the thing I just read? See, this is why. No coordination between these guys.
Actually, we're going to comment a little bit on that. I mean, there's not much to really comment on, but I guess we can get into that. Why don't we?
I got to address this because people are asking here. Someone said Rab was a Scientologist. Is this true? I do not believe this is true.
Yeah, it looks all edited, doesn't it?
It looks edited. I believe someone found a video of Rab doing some sort of training seminar for something. I don't know what. It could be a college class. It could be fucking OSHA training, for all I know. It could be community college prep, something, right? It's something.
Yeah.
And then I think they edited in the Scientology website stuff.
Yeah.
Because the words he says does not match the things going on the screen. He talks about login things, and it says put in your email. He talks about live help, and it's like a contact form that's not live.
There's also suspicious cuts as well. Like
I was just going to say,
he never mentions the religion by name or anything like that. Just stuff done set right.
Yeah, he never says the words.
It's a clever troll, but it's not real.
Yeah, he doesn't say the word Scientology or Scientologist or anything religious. There's a weird cut in it, and he shoots it over. He's like, I'm going to give it to my colleague so and so, right? And that's the end of the video. So like we don't see the start of the video. We just see this little section of Rab, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't even offer up like, well, here's the whole video, right? So you can see it. And I just cut the Rab section, to put on Reddit, but here's a link to the full video, right? So
yeah,
I'm gonna go no.
It's funny, but it's not true.
Yeah. Rab doesn't have a game room. He's already alpha in my book. They were talking about Mattel and He-Man is a Mattel property. DJC should have dressed up as Barbie or Ken. I don't get that. Like I talk about lots of things. I'm not dressed up like fucking Final Fantasy characters, right? Because we're talking about Square Enix.
Well, how do we know?
Because I'm telling you.
We don't know that.
I don't wear pants.
You could be dressed. Me neither.
The reason I'm not on screen is because I'm in the buff. I'm a nudist. Now you know. I just got my frog bits just hanging out. I like to sit on the edge of the chair and just see how far my balls can droop down.
Yeah.
The longer we go during the 10-hour stream, they were almost at the carpet. Almost. But it was hot that day. So Dank says no comment. All right. Let's see what these guys had to say.
Get into our first topic.
I didn't notice, but now it says DJ Skeletor Game Studios.
Oh, yeah.
Let's jump in.
Let's jump on into it.
The what?
The face Rav had on there before you started. When he mentioned the Intellivision 3 and Rav's face just dropped.
Get into that. Why don't we get into our first topic?
He just looks so happy all the time, doesn't he?
Let's jump in.
Yeah.
Let's jump on into it. As far as let me at least say on my half, I've been in the Intellivision homebrew community, and we do Astro Smash with Papa Pete and Go Game Go, and we talk to people like Luke and Rev and William. William runs Electro Night that's made a ton of homebrews. I know Tommy knows him
Fucking sweet.
really well. I know.
You'll see him in the chat sometimes as
yeah.
carbonated lithium. He's a really good guy.
Oh, Uncle Fester goes over there, but he doesn't come over here.
So he does.
You're back
he
to
does
being
fake it
Uncle
now.
Fester. Red leather, yellow leather's here. I was in the Sea Org with Rab recruiting people in Clearwater, Florida for years. Yeah, okay. I want to confirm that Rab is actually a Scientologist and he has L. Ron Hubbard initials tattooed above his heart. Okay, come on.
Yeah, absolutely good guy. He's actually a pillar in
the
this
community.
homebrew,
Yeah,
in
supportive.
the television collector community, in the homebrew brew community. But going back into it, William's an awesome dude.
What the hell are you doing, sweet? Look at that look. Mike Mullis is judging me right now.
And like I said, he's like a pillar in this community. And
that was the most aggressive yogurt eating I've ever seen. I think that.
Do you know who he looks like right now in this still?
Who?
What's his name? Peter Weller, RoboCop.
Yeah, I could see it without his helmet on.
Yeah. Before he gets all shot up by the bad guys.
All right.
And my story of this is I was back.
And the funny part is Mike is not even in this episode at this point. Sweet went out of his way to find a clip of Mike eating just to insert that in there.
I think Sweet's got all these things on, like on a database ready to go.
Yeah.
I was coming back from Nashville. A friend of mine was driving, so obviously I wasn't watching YouTube and driving. Wouldn't have been the first time. No, I'm kidding. Someone sent me, goes, "Hey, check this out. Look what's coming out." And I said, "What? What do you mean?" They're like, "Yeah, this Intellivision 3 or this console's coming out." And I'm like, I think I kind of would have heard about that.
He thinks he kind of would have heard about it. Why would you have heard about that, Chuck? Why? Tell us why. You think, when Tommy's out there in Monte Carlo, he's calling you up like, "Hey, by the way, Television 3 coming out."
Yeah. See that thing you're testing? Forget about it. Something's new coming.
Yeah. Sweet is making Amico forever easier to watch. He is.
He is, yeah.
You're no longer dead to me, Sweet. You're no longer dead to me. You're on life support. You're on life support to me. It's not dead. Not yet.
You may feel dead after that 9-hour stream.
Yeah.
Of anything officially, and so I watched it and I got excited because I was like, "Oh my god, an HDMI and television anything!" Especially they were talking about doing it to where you could put the old cartridges in it.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was super stoked. I'm like, "Oh my god!" And then I thought, "Oh my god, is this? I didn't know who had been talked to. I'd been away. I hadn't talked to anybody." And that's the one thing about William is he actually licenses his games. He gets a license for him. He does everything pretty legit.
BBG Entertainment now owns the rights to all the classic Intellivision games, all of them.
Yeah,
and he has full rights to make a console.
What were you implying there, Sweet? Are you implying that William might not be honest? Is that what you're implying? That's what it feels like.
Through Electronite. But yeah, I saw that they were doing this, and I know he was friends with one of the big shots at BBG. And he was, he's been kind of involved in a lot of this stuff. But I think this was mostly, and don't quote me on this, but this is just with all respect to William and everything. I believe.
Hold on when we get this down for the record.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, there'll be 20 videos made tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Narrator, there was no videos. There was no. Like they really overestimate their importance, right?
Nah, they're important. They're important to us.
Nah.
And that's another thing. Kind of the bullying and the name calling and just kind of the.
I didn't
Why
watch
do they always go back
anything.
to this? Why are they always go back to
But
this?
hold up. Like 10 minutes ago, or not 10, it felt like 10 minutes, but 2 minutes and 48 seconds ago, he was like, I didn't watch anything. They sent me this, right? Now he knows about there's been bullying.
Well, there hasn't
But
been bullying. Come on. I mean,
remember, this was Wednesday. I don't think that Tommy's videos had gone up yet. If I remember correctly, I think Tommy's videos were like Thursday and Friday when he did those.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but I think. What about all the money stealing? Yeah. William is having a boomer moment. It's just hard to tell how old he is. Could be late 60s. 600 years of experience, all in William.
It's just they come out of the cracks and really try to tear this.
When did I ever come out of a crack?
I don't think he means you.
Here. No, I think he means me. I've been
Well, you
here the whole
started it,
time.
but I don't think he means you.
Yeah.
Guy apart. I believe this is just a very big idea that maybe he came out, said a few things, and it wasn't. He wasn't sure on some things. It didn't have a chance to take a second take. It was kind of a one take interview. Kind of went up.
Yeah, I'm going to 100% say that's bullshit. I do not for 1 second believe that he contacted Mike and said, I got this huge announcement, but we're not going to discuss it. We're just going to do an interview. And then at no point did anyone go, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Like, they own it all, right? Like because in the interview, he goes, they own it all. And then they start naming games. And like at no point goes, wait, he doesn't go, wait a minute. No, I meant license, right? Like, and then after the interview, I'm sure they talked more. And I'm sure Mike was like, man, they own it all. They must have paid a lot of money, right? Like, you always ask for details and stuff off the record afterward, right? I've interviewed enough people to know that. So at that point, he should, wait, no, that's not what I meant. Right? So at no point until my stream, he was like never changing his story. It was like they own it all, right? And then we pointed it out.
He was pretty sure of what he was saying at the time he was saying it.
Yeah. And then we pointed it out, and they're like, no, that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Mike's Gaming Gala, who has agreed when his schedule becomes free to hop on over and have a little one-on-one discussion with us.
Awesome.
Maybe not anymore because, I'm a dick, but we'll see. Tentatively scheduled. William didn't announce anything, or so he claims. Yeah. If you aren't sure, you shouldn't be running your mouth. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure when I say things, if I'm not sure, I put lots of qualifiers on it. Like, this is my own opinion. I'm not 100%, right? Like, even DJC, like, he's like, blah, 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 like stuttering and da-da-da-da. Because, like, if you're not really sure, but no, when William said it, he would said it with all the confidence of a man who knew what the hell he was talking about, right?
Yeah, he said it with so mumuch confidence that it gave you the confidence to do a 3-hour Dancing on the Grave live stream.
Yeah, I was
excited. And that takes a lot. Yeah, it takes a lot for that to happen.
Because again, I was like, there's no way this guy, right, is going to come out and say this. And it's not true. Like you said, he had so much confidence. And again, he is somebody who is known in the community. He's someone who does things. He has a company. He releases product. There's been some controversy, but not much, right? Like, I wouldn't think that he would just like lie. And that's a huge mistake. If that was a mistake, then that's a huge mistake, right?
Yeah.
if it was a misunderstanding, don't be Tommy. Don't be Tommy Tellerico and do this whole song and dance. Just come out and be like, hey, I misunderstood what BBG told me, right?
Yeah.
My fault. And everyone will be like, okay, yeah, we get it. We understand, right? And again, Uncle Fester is a term of endearment.
Yeah.
We were behind you. We were team Intellivision 3.
From Gomez to Uncle Fester.
Yeah.
Who was making fun of his sandals potion?
That was
like Sweet says, Mike is a good dude.
That was 56K. He was talking about his sandals.
Yeah, come on. What did he say about his sandals? He didn't say those sandals looks fucking stupid or anything, did he?
Yeah.
He
was just saying
look at his sandals. Look, he's wearing sandals.
Never go full Tommy. Exactly. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think William Waller's coming on the panel, Jan. I think that ship sailed, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that ship sailed long ago. I don't think he's coming. But yeah, so BBG has acknowledged they said that William's a good guy and that they didn't. His announcement is not official. He doesn't speak for BBG in this instance.
Not anymore. He doesn't.
So
they've revoked his speaking rights now, haven't they?
let me read the statement again. I don't want to be a dick, so I'll read the statement that I read on Tweet's channel. Not saying that my audience is bigger than Tweet's. I'm just saying that my audience is more important. So it says, I wanted to add something about William Mueller, who I know for many years and who also introduced me in 2019 to Intellivision. William Mueller is a well-known and respected member of the Intellivision homebrew community. He has been a long-time consultant for BBG Entertainment and has given us valuable assistance regarding selecting the very best games in the Intellivision library. His speaking of any potential hardware product does not insinuate any product announcement by BBG Entertainment. So there you go. Best regards, Steven Berendenson, Managing Director. I don't know, it's like German word. So that's what he is. He's the Geschäftsführer. Maybe you could pronounce this word. You speak the German, right?
No, I don't know how to pronounce that.
This word here.
I don't.
Steven Berenson is that. He's that guy.
No, I don't sprechen Sie that word, I'm afraid.
You don't sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Geschäftsführer. I know the Führer part. That's it's Hitler, right? Where's Carl when you need him?
That was his position, the Führer.
The Führer.
But that's what he is. He's that guy. He's the G Führer. Now, has there been an official statement from BBG or Intellivision? Mike said he would make a revisit video if neither company officially owns up. I don't know if you qualify the Geschäftsführer for like sending me an email as an official statement, but I mean,
I think if you get an email from the Führer, you're pretty sure that's official.
Yeah. Restart the show. I'm here now. Oh shit. We've covered so much. We can't go back. We've gone too far.
But I think he's more or less cited as an original Intellivision collector. It had nothing to do with Amico or nothing was talked to with Intellivision Entertainment. It was just.
So what happened was I ended up meeting Steven Berenson, the president of BBG, and I introduced them to Intellivision Entertainment.
Yeah.
You know who they are?
Yes, the now infamous Amico people.
So we all know where that went.
Yeah,
it's a touchy subject.
Yes, for sure.
But that didn't work out the way we all wanted it to.
Yep.
It was him and a friend.
Sweet. Why, sweet? You're just extending the video runtime. Come on. DJC's Amico box is next to some tab and television and tab 2, things that have been cool since 1981. DJC's cosplaying a Skeletor. No, he's not.
Friend talking about making this, and he was excited and he wanted to share it. Well, you kind of do that in anything in television in the community. It kind of, you kind of get attacked, or you kind of get a video made about you or whatever. And I'm not saying that's all that everyone was doing that. I'm just saying that.
Oh, it was Evil that did it. Sorry, Tommy Amigo. It was Evil. No, Tommy did one and Evil did one. So there you go. That's Tommy's down there, my hot sister, and that's Evil's.
A couple people was like, oh, let's ride this, and so yeah, I don't know where this stands. I hope as far as I don't know how the copyrights work, or how the stuff for making a console that'll take old cartridges.
The stuff for making consoles that'll take old cartridges.
Sounds like me.
But this is the guy that tells us he knows how the Amico is being manufactured, and he definitely knows what's going on with their inner workings.
Well,
he cannot explain.
Well. He said he's part of the homebrew community as well. He says he was in with William.
Yeah, what I'm saying is he cannot explain the FPGA, or he can't put it into words. And I'm supposed to believe that they explain things to him that he's understood.
Yeah. Well,
I know there's a lot of Retron stuff out there, but I personally was kind of excited for an HDMI old school thing. I could put my cartridges in to play the old homebrews, or just literally just to stream.
There would be no
that's kind of all I knew about it. And then I don't think there was any harm or any I don't think it was anything official. And I know since then BBG said yeah, we're not making consoles. They did release a statement.
Clarified.
That's the closest he's ever gotten to like saying something that I've said, because I'm the only one who said that. It's literally my video. DJC watches me. Confirmed.
Yeah, he watches you.
I'm still waiting for Rab to easily refute H Bomber Guy's video. Yeah. Homer, you see all that stuff inside the robot? That's why your robot didn't work. Yeah.
DJC watches you because if he didn't, I wouldn't have been on the end of a shadow ban from his channel. Because I don't say or do anything anywhere else other than on here.
Yeah.
That's how he got me.
That's how I got you.
But yeah, I don't know what to take it other than that I know this guy is absolutely legit and just wants to do something for the collector community. It had nothing to do with a bunch of money making or
it had nothing to do with a bunch of money making.
No. When has it ever been like that?
Yeah, at no time has any company ever like, we don't want to make money. Like, don't give us any. We're not even going to charge you. We're just going to give away our product. We don't want to make money. I hate when people say that shit. It's always about money. Always. Sometimes you put the customer first to get them to spend more money, right?
Yeah, it's always with a view to making money. Yeah.
The angle is always to how do you make the most money, right? Release a good product, make a quality product, and you get more customers so you can make more money. You're not releasing a quality product out of the goodness of your heart. You're releasing a quality product so you get word of mouth so you make more money, right? It's always about making the most amount of money, maximizing your profit. We live in a capitalist society, late stage capitalism.
Yeah. There you go. Dank is making that money.
Hey guys, can we please just take a second to remember Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah. Got to get your free Ronda Rousey, right? Yeah. DJC will deny watching you or that you exist with a clown. Yeah, they all do. DJC and Tony need to hug it out. No, we need to go watch ICP together. Let's paint our faces. Come on. I will be Shaggy. You be Violent J. I'll go. You drive, obviously.
That seriously could be what brings you together.
It would. I could tell you what though. As much as we say things on this show, as much as I run my mouth, I honestly think that if I was on his show or if he was on this show, that it would be like a oh shit moment in the community. It wouldn't reverberate outside, like it wouldn't be like 10 million views, right? But the people in this community be like, oh shit, like the two of them on a stream together. In our little community, I think that would break the Amico community.
You two are the polar opposites of this community. You would have to be on some. You wouldn't be. It wouldn't be you on his show or him on your show. It would have to be. It would have to be neutral ground.
We'll be on Potion Sword Run.
I don't even think Potion is neutral enough. I think it has to be somebody who has no fucking idea about any of this. Just have the two of you on it.
We'll go on Papa Pete's. Papa Pete, old ass gamer. That's what we're gonna do. He's neutral or SNES-tastic. The Amico kid. Hell yeah.
Papa Pete's not neutral enough because he can sit on this too.
Also, in case you missed it from last night, Mr. Ben Silver Pong Show, Pong Father, whatever you want to call yourself, you still owe me the spinner disc. You said you'd send it to me. You emailed me. You said, Tony, I'll send you the spinner disc. And then you never followed up. So you're telling me that Violent J can bring you together? Violent J and Shaggy 2 dope. I don't know. It depends. Someone find out what is DJC's feeling on the ICP Twisted split. Does he side with ICP or does he side with Twisted? His answer will determine whether or not we could ever be friends.
What is the what? I don't suppose you want to give the correct answer away live, do you?
I don't.
Because he watches you, so yeah.
So, you figure that out. Someone ask him on the next Amico Forever. Someone be like, "Hey, how do you feel about the ICP Twisted split?"
Make sure you super chat it for $49.99 as well, so he has to read it.
$49.99. I don't know about that. I already asked him about ICP and Twisted. Oh, what did he say? Give me the goods, fellas. I mean, red leather, yellow leather. Asked him. He was political. Tried to side with both. That's the incorrect answer. Can't be friends. Can't be friends with a fence rider.
Bunch of any type of scam or anything. It was just absolutely just like kind of what they've been doing all along. I've been following this community for years, since before I had a YouTube channel.
Right.
And so we get all excited about this, but I think they're kind of scooping it in and saying that it had something to do officially with Intellivision, which they had absolutely not. So
I love how confident he is about that. They absolutely not. How do you know, DJC? Did you talk to anybody? Did you get word from BBG or from Phil Adam or because again, if the products that William talked about, one was literally a flashback console with all the original Intellivision games that were quote unquote owned by BBG, right? It definitely had something to do with the Intellivision Entertainment team. A licensing deal was made, and that licensing deal was what was the backbone of this whole console release, right?
Yeah.
That's really all I know from my end. I don't know if you want to add to that, but
I don't know if I have much to add to that. I know, like, Williamson very supportive of the Intellivision project. He's been very, I mean, within the Intellivision community, like I said, he's supportive of all of these guys in the homebrew community, and I see him in a lot of places. And this sounds like a very long time passion project. And to be able to see it come together, and the fact that Intellivision and BBG are both very amicable partners, and they have a good working relationship, and his
I don't know if they have a good working relationship, considering BBG made games for a console that has not released yet. I'd say there was a little bit of strain on the relationship. They won't say it. BBG's not going to come out and be like, "Hey, Tony, by the way, I think those guys are dicks." But I'm pretty sure, right? I would be pissed if I made a deal with some company to make games for a console that never came out, and I didn't make any money off of the games because the console never came out. I'd be a little upset, especially if I find out that they lied to me about the pre-orders and the amount of market that my games were going to be on, right? Like, because Tommy's talking about 100,000 purchase orders and all blah, 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 right? And if you turn around and find out there's only 6,000 pre-orders, and that would have been your entire potential market for the game that you've worked on and you've sat on for 2 years, right? I'd be a little upset, but that's me. No. Some people like getting dicked around. I don't.
Not the Germans.
Yeah. Bill Adam probably answers the phone like Mickey greeted Rocky the first time Rocky came to see him in Rocky 1. I don't remember. What did he say, 1 inch? Give us the line. Deliver the line. Never throw someone out the window if they owe you money. They can't give you money when they're dead. Exactly. Sweet Love's getting dicked around.
Unless they had money in their pockets when you threw them out the window and then you went down and took the money.
You know, it's what we used to say in the you can only you can shave a sheep repeatedly, right? You can shear a sheep repeatedly. You can only kill it once, right? So got to keep them alive. Get that money.
Yeah, but you can eat it when you kill it. You can't eat wool.
Yeah, but you could sell wool for money, and you can continuously make money off of it. That's why when you play cards, you don't take someone's entire bankroll. You leave them with enough so that they feel like maybe they had a chance. If only we played for another 10 minutes, I might have came back, right? You got to leave them with that feeling like they had some sort of hope, a glimmer of hope. And that way they keep coming back to the table and you keep taking their money.
So you're playing smart.
Yeah.
Company, and he has a good working relationship with them. I could see where, the prospects for something like this in the talks phase, talks go on all the time, and where this goes and how far along, they're kind of pursuing getting things in order to get that together. I could see, that moving forward without having the official go ahead or the official word, obviously,
as a collector
BBG
item,
had to clarify, and Intellivision had to clarify, and William had to clarify, and it's very disappointing that the state of this community, any news that.
Yeah. So hold.
The community ruined it all. That's what he's saying.
He's acknowledged that they had to clarify, right?
Yeah.
That clarification only came because the community scrutinized what he said. Right? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, congratulating the community, heralding the community, saying, hey guys, we did not allow somebody to come in and bullshit us, right? Because again, the clarification would have never came if the scrutiny wasn't there. If we just lapped it up, yeah, fucking great, it's fantastic, right? And
but
never
we
actually questioned it.
But we did. See, the scrutiny came from Intellivision.
No, we did scrutinize a little. Like we made videos and we were like,
but I mean, like you say, right? The guy said it with enough conviction that he convinced you. It wasn't until the Intellivision, or like specifically John Alvarado, got in the chat and started going, no, actually, that's not what you've got. This. You can't do this, or you can't do that, and this is what you've really got. The scrutiny, the actual public scrutiny, came from Intellivision.
Yeah.
Of course, there's always going to be people like us naysayers, right? Who.
Yeah, but
I remember Sweet specifically being quite down on the idea when William came up with it.
Yeah.
But we don't know anything. It's only until Intellivision came out and said something that we realised, right, William's full of shit.
Yeah. But at the very least, if it wasn't for my live stream that I know John Alvarado then watched, they probably, hold up, wait a minute. This isn't right.
Yeah.
Drips or anything that drips that's Intellivision related. There's, a a group of people out there that will make something of it.
How dare people make something of news? Like, I don't understand
That's you.
this.
He's holding you in his left hand there. You know that, right?
Yeah. But it's like, again, it's like people are just supposed to just like announcements happen, like things are talked about, like don't say nothing, don't make any big deal about anything. And again, we were excited, right? We were the excited people.
Yeah.
You know, it's unfortunate, but it kind of is what it is right now. You know, I did not like to see the bullying out.
You Super J's right. Look, if you look what he's saying, a healthy dose of cynicism is good for any consumer. It fucking is nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times are we going to get burned before we learn? So he's right.
Why aren't DJC and Rad mentioning your name? I am persona non grata. I don't exist to them. Our fault. We should have asked for pre-orders back. Yeah, how dare you? But William is our friend. That's what I'm saying. Friend. I was excited. I was behind this whole system. I think the reason that John Alvarado reacted at all wasn't because we talked about. If we just talked about the Intellivision 3, I don't think anyone would have said anything. I think it was when I specifically was like, "This means that the Amico's dead," right? I think that's when I think wait, we have to put the kibosh on this because
you think he would if you hadn't said that, you think he would never have reacted to that interview with Mike?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, because realistically, it had nothing. They're really not connected, right?
Yeah. So it is true. You did kill it.
Probably killed it fast this time.
Yeah.
5 days dead. You back with us?
I'm here. Yeah. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, you fell out for a second.
Oh, no.
Now you have no avatar.
Again.
Yeah. At least on my end. I don't know.
No. I'll fix it. Don't worry.
What's cracking, Willie? Is that a crack pipe or is that a I thought it was a light bulb because of the Uncle Fester, but I don't know. Like William should have expected his community to be a little jaded, not like people getting burned. Yeah.
You know, I don't think William's deserving of it. He was an enthusiastic guy that is out there trying to build something for the community. To tear someone down for something like that.
He's not okay. Why are you saying it like he's out there trying to build something? This isn't a guy who's like, "Hey, I'm working on this project. I'm not going to charge anybody. I'm just going to build it, and I'm going to put the plans out there, and whoever wants to make their own or whatever." Right? That's a guy building something for the community, right? Like Gatoros. Gatoros built something for the community. Whether you like his games or not, whether you think they're good or not, whether you believe that he only took a day to make them. He made those games, and then he released them for free for you to play them, right? That's a guy doing things for the community. Someone making a project that they're going to sell for money is not doing something for the community. That's a guy looking to make money off of you. Stop being a mark.
That I think just says a lot about the person making the accusations, their character more than his. So I hope he's doing all right, and I don't think he should take any of this personally. It's we were just bringing up the discussion of the proposed
What the hell am I watching? Fucking Sweet and Tender.
Intellivision 3 FPGA
Kind of
3-in-1 console that would, that some parties were looking to create.
I keep thinking that that would be the perfect world where everybody could have their Amicos, man.
That would be the perfect guys.
Yeah.
That would
that. Like
Yeah.
that would be the perfect world where everybody could have their Amigos, man.
Yeah. Not you
Oh,
just having
I
two
really-
of them.
Yeah, man. If only the company got off their ass and produced a product that everyone.
Yeah. If
wanted
only
to
you,
get.
Rab, could have one of the two Amicos that I currently own. Poor Rab.
This is more like Retro Bros selling Raspberry Pis. The perfect world where Tommy's not a liar. Like, why does he say things like that? Like, I don't want to make fun of people, but it's like, come on, like. You're laughing like in the perfect world where you guys didn't get screwed and Tommy didn't blow 17 million. Isn't that funny?
And he's just laughing in Rab's face about him not having an Amico and him having two.
Yeah. Would it be fantastic if you had an Amico, Rap?
Yeah. Fuck it. It's enough to drive
Really,
you to
dude.
Scientology.
There must not be a God, so I'm going to become a Scientologist. That's the reason why there's not an Amico.
think that.
Yeah.
Legend and Nelda. Yeah, I've talked to one of the guys there before. Absolutely.
DJC, do you have contact with the BBG guys? No Herbie Derby. But here's the thing. He said, yes, I've talked to the guys before, right? DJC, who is close personal friends with Tommy. I was going to say personal, but he's close personal friends with Tommy. Has Phil Adams' phone number on speed dial. John Alvarado's buddy of his. Now, when asked why he doesn't ask them about the Amico, he said that he did not want to bother them and prevent them from working on the system. I'm going to believe that this guy who refuses to talk to the people making the console and which his show is named after is going to talk to someone from another company. Two guys who sit there and complained and cried that I got interviews. Amico no access, but he gets interviews. I don't get interviews, right, Rab? Is that what you said? Those are your words. You can't say, "Hey, Phil, can I interview one of the devs? Can we get some of the developers to pop in on the show and talk about the Amico games?" Right? You can't make that happen. But I'm supposed to believe that you're going to talk to the BBG guys, right? Especially since you found out about this, and if you've talked to the BBG guys, why didn't you email the BBG guy or get on the phone or text him or whatever it is that you do and say, hey, what's up with this Intellivision 3? I'm hearing some things, blah, 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 right? Kind of like I did. It's almost like, I don't know, full of shit.
Yeah, he didn't want to bother him.
You don't want to bother him. It's like, it's late. It's late in Germany. You don't want to bother him. Melissa's trying to be the new Geeks with Cash, yeah. DJC's talking like William is a philanthropist. That's what I'm saying. Just no Herbie Derbies.
Not recently, but well, I guess not too far away. Whatever.
Not recently, but not too far. What does that mean? Can you give us a time frame?
TJ, what is happening, sir? Good.
Good old TJ. Join my secret Amico club, boys and girls. Don't tell your parents. That was a thing that happened.
Good to see you.
You remember that, Finbar?
Is he the Facebook guy?
Yeah, he's the Facebook guy that was like,
right.
Hey, let's have an Amico club, kids, and you can join the Amico and learn about classic consoles. And don't tell your parents. Old Santa Claus Ferreras. It was a weird video. Remember, like we watched it, we're like, dude, this is like
I didn't see it. I haven't.
You
seen
didn't
the
see
video.
it? You have to watch it.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it another time.
You have to. You probably Sweet or Jan or you got a Intellivision and Television Zero. One of them has to have it. But the video you watch it, and you're just like, man, this is. I'm not saying he's a bad person or that he meant anything, but like the video just has a vibe where like someone should have been like, don't release this. This ain't it, Chief. Right? Like,
Was he got rid of it? Is he taking it down?
Yeah, he took it down.
Right. Somebody's archived it, I'm sure.
You.
I haven't had any. I don't think direct contact with any of the guys over at BBG.
It was during when
I think
something about-
Stefan has been in
Yeah.
the chat, but I may be mistaken.
I've chatted with Stefan before.
Yeah.
It was
Stefan.
Is Stefan the Führer?
Yeah.
He is.
I think it was right when a few months after when I first received my test.
When you got your pilot unit?
Yeah.
His test pilot unit. His test pilot. So he gets his test unit, and then he calls Stefan like, "Hey, these games that you released are shitty. They're not working on my Amico." You Super J says, in an alternate universe, Eric the Midget is a fan of Amico and gets into daily arguments with Tony about it. Maybe. Rab sounds so defeated. I'm hurt for Rab. Poor guy. He thought he was going to make videos for Tommy and get on that payroll.
What do you think Intellivision 3 would cost? I have no clue. I mean, if you think about it, I can't see it costing. What does a Retron 77 cost right now? Here, I'll look it up. Because that's the Retron 77 is basically an Atari 2600.
Yeah, $80, $90, $100 new. Anything that would be.
DJC looks thick tonight. Is he pumped up? I'm getting that Herbert vibe again.
DJC looks pumped up tonight.
Could you honestly see the Intellivision 3 costing $100?
Not if it did all the things that fucking Fester wanted it to do. He wanted it to play like Coleco and Atari and everything. If they're selling the Amico for $300 odd, there's no way this other thing would cost $100 like they're saying. Surely.
I think from my understanding, it'd be like $400.
Yeah, what's that Retron one cost? That's expensive,
$100.
Isn't it? Yeah.
No, the one he mentioned, the Retron 77, is $100.
No, but the other one that played Super Nintendo, NES,
No idea.
Master System, it had like 4 cartridge slots. That one's expensive.
They have to make some sort of profit after eating $100 per unit, paying back that one guy. No, but that's a different console, so that wouldn't be. They wouldn't have to pay that.
More of a boutique niche FPGA might be $130, $150.
No, yeah, BBG's not making a console and selling it for $150 to the 10 of yous, right? No.
Maybe a little bit more. Obviously they want to keep it at an affordable price point, but if you're
No, they don't.
William used the word premium
Yeah.
for the FPGA machine.
Because you can't, and I said this before, an FPGA system that's playing old cards, right? Your market is literally only people that have cards.
Yeah.
And so that's a very small niche market, especially when you're talking in television, right? Atari had the bigger market presence. More people probably have Atari cards, right? Than television cards. Fact. And how many people that have the Intellivision cards are looking to play them still, right? DJC and like 3 other people. It'll be premium. It'll be a premium price just because it's going to cost so much money to make. You have to make a profit, and your market is small, right?
Yeah.
It's like when I used to work at this one company, right? We had these trailers, like 40-foot trailers, right? And they're like, these things cost, I think they said like $200,000, right?
Yeah.
And the one guy I'm working with, he's like, man, that's expensive. That's more expensive than a car. It's just a fucking trailer, right? Just a little trailer part for the back of the truck. I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, how many companies are buying these, right?
Yeah.
He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, dude, like we're buying them, and like there's like 4 other companies that do what we do, right?
Yeah. The less you make, the more it costs per unit.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like no company is gonna make these and then like make 6 of them and then like break even, right? They're trying to make money. Like they have employees to pay.
You're getting 3 systems and you're doing all those details and you're doing
Oh, yeah.
something. I think, you know, William was talking about like trying to do like doing upscales and stuff for those old games with the graphic capabilities and the conversion that it could do. You know, that's a unique thing. I could see easily spending 150.
These guys are really fucking underselling. Like for someone who sat there and went $300 for the Intellivision is cheap, right? That's Rab. Rab has been on record saying how $300, $350 was a great deal for the Intellivision Amico, right?
Yeah.
Now suddenly a boutique FPGA Intellivision system. He's like, oh, 150 is like my limit.
200 on something like that because it's
Oh yeah, I would.
yeah, to get the best experience out of, you know, 3 systems. Yeah.
So it's going to be a 3-system FPGA with upscaling, with HDMI, right? And you know, if it's illegal, right? You got to get the HDMI license. You can't just put HDMI on it, right? We've gone through this with the Amico. Like you just
as we found out in the back of the Amico box. Yeah.
You just don't slap HDMI on things, right? It's an actual like logo that you have to go and get licensed and all that shit. But no. I'm club fucking footed, you asswipe. What?
Yeah, and that another one is I've never, like I said, I was saying.
Rodolfo Hernandez says Intellivision Amico should have been a delivery service instead of an Amico, instead of a console.
Like this next venture, I'm really going
to. Well, it may be both, Rodolfo. It may be both.
Should have delivery service to the console, yes.
Well,
Rab looks so fucking excited and happy to be there.
Yeah, I think he's wishing he followed Nick out the door. I think.
Yeah. He looks the way I look when I have to take my kid to the dentist. Like, fuck. Aren't you old enough to go by yourself?
It's because Chuck keeps casually mentioning that he wishes everybody could get a console like what he's got.
What's Rab reaching off screen for?
Fucking Chuck's throat, maybe.
It's like, can I reach over, just fucking choke him through the screen?
What they're doing on Amico Home, and then with trying to get the console out as well, I think there's going to be a couple different directions that, you know, Intellivision takes with delivery.
Yeah. I really like
True.
I really like True. Fuck.
I like Truth too.
Eric the actor. Yeah. Bet beef update. Bet was caught and released. I will post pictures of the offender later on my channel. Uh-oh. Beefy caught himself a bat.
Uh-oh.
Did you let it bite you so you could become a vampire?
I like the concept of that. Just having an HDMI in television, I think that'd be an awesome thing. Like I said, I don't know how that works, but is it old hardware? So like they have like a Retron with like the NES, like and they're able to manufacture and sell those. Is it because the NES is outdated and there's no more?
Yeah, it's not copyright, it's patent. So
basically, yeah. So like that's why like they do.
The way he stumbles over his words, like no one has a gun to his head for him to just keep talking, right? Like he can take his time and, you know, think of a thing that he's going to say. And
something like a Retron system, I'm all about it. Astro Smash owned by BBG. Yeah, they do own the IPs of Astro Smash and Shark, but Intellivision still has the right to put them on their Amico console or Intellivision consoles that they come out with as well.
Yeah, it's a unique.
Yeah, it's kind of it is a very unique way that they have it, but they can do it on other consoles or as you know as a like Switch or Xbox or you know stuff like that.
And that's going to be BBG. Yeah, BBG can do it on.
Yeah,
Switch.
BBG actually is working.
So here's a question, Finbar.
Mm-hmm.
We know that BBG owns the IPs for Astro Smash and Shark Shark, right? But
Yeah.
Intellivision says they retain the right to have those games on the Amico, right? My question is it part of the deal that they put in writing? Basically, we're selling you the IPs, but as part of that deal, we own the ability to put it on the Amico still. Or did they sell them the IPs and then Phil Adam licensed those IPs to be published on the Amico?
No, I think they still retained.
Because
They still retain ownership, but they've licensed it to BBG. That's how I read it.
I think, here's what I think. I think
You
BBG,
think he's licensed them back so he can put them on Amico?
No, what I think is that he owns them. BBG owns Astro Smash and Shark Shark, full stop.
Okay.
But they've agreed to publish them still on the Amico. Should the Amico come out,
Whatever the Amico is, whether it's the home or
they're basically like, hey, we'll sell you these, but we still have to have them on our console, right? We've promised people these games, so can you promise us? Can we make part of the deal like you'll still publish those games on Amico? Because it'll be really interesting if it ever did come out and Shark Shark came out or Astro Smash to check what it says on the credits, right? Because I'm pretty sure it'll be published by BBG.
But the other 60 have just been licensed by BBG, right?
Yeah, but these are owned. So I think they got these full stop and just agreed that should the Amico come out, they would go ahead and publish them still for the Amico.
Yeah. That would make sense because that seems to be a significant difference between those titles and the other 60.
Yeah, because I don't see any world where they would agree to buy it and then like, oh, but Intellivision still publishes them on the Amico and Intellivision makes the money off of them, right?
Yeah.
Like it'd be a weird thing. Like, oh, we don't get nothing for it being published on the Amico except for the original deal. Like, why are we buying that?
Yeah, it makes sense that Intellivision are able to just put it in one specific place and then that's it. And that's as far as they're allowed to use it.
Hooligan, I need a re-up of your Amico crack. That 9 hours is crazy.
Really well
Not
with Intellivision.
Intellivision has the rights for the Intellivision console and stuff that they had in the works. So things like the Amico Home, and anything else that was unannounced. But
anything else that was unannounced,
what does he know?
Yeah, the Intellivision had so many plans. They were going to make like 6 other consoles and fucking idiots.
Moving forward, that's a BBG property.
Yeah. Which gives, obviously for revenue purposes. Wonder what Mattel thinks of that. I mean, is there people there that still go, hey, remember when we owned Intellivision and what?
No. There's probably none of those people that were at Mattel when they owned Intellivision still work at Mattel.
Yeah. I think Mattel are probably thinking, look at all that fucking money we made off of Barbie. Let's keep doing that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like
television's the furthest thing from their mind.
No, there's probably like a meeting where like some guy gets up. It's like, I've been working here for the last 70 years. You remember when we owned Intellivision? They're like, shut up, Bill. Bill, we only let you stay here because your wife said that you would commit suicide if we ever fired you. Shut up. Sit in the corner, Bill. We don't want to hear your old fucking mouth. We're making money off of Barbie.
Yeah, Bill, you were against making Barbie woke.
Yeah. What the fuck's your problem? Shut up. There's probably one old guy that works there that gets yelled at and harassed. He never wants to retire. They're like, dude, fucking just die because we're sick and tired of paying you. You've been grandfathered in. Like fucking Mattel's old owner promised you a job for life, and that's why you work here. But we fucking all hate you. That's probably what happened. I'm just spitballing. I don't know.
Poor Bill.
What we did with that. Would that be a cool thing to bring back as either a nostalgia unit or maybe be interested in what Intellivision Entertainment's doing?
Yes, they're interested in the $17 million. How can we get $17 million without doing anything? Tommy can teach a master class. Here's how you make a whole bunch of money without actually doing anything.
I don't know, like because we were talking about who would be an investor. Remember we were like, what about Mattel?
Yeah, no, Mattel, no one wants. my head hurts. Like if Mattel, honestly, if Mattel's like, hey, we want to get into the video game console market, right? You don't have a product, right? If you had, if the Intellivision Amico released, then at the very least I could say, well, there's something there that they say, shit, we'll just give them money, invest, get a percentage of that, and take over their project, right? Because it exists, but it doesn't exist. Who in their right mind would look at that and go, you blew 17 million, let me give you more money so you can do nothing with it, right? They would just make their own console. They say, yo, fuck it, we're just gonna make our own. We have the money to just make our own thing. Like, why are we giving you? Like, they would just call Sega up. Sega, you want to get back in the console business? Because we want to get into the console business too, right?
DJC's just hoping. He's just hoping for anybody with a bit of money to pump something into this.
No, it's nostalgia. Mattel made the Intellivision the thing that he loved growing up, and he wants it back to be under the Mattel brand, so it could be the Intellivision that he knew way back when. It's never going to.
Yeah, but he was one of the ones that was legitimately hitting up Elon Musk, asking him to invest. Remember?
Yeah, that's it. I think it's a little bit of both then.
Yeah.
You know, and it just kind of shows this nostalgia does sell.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Fucking sweet.
I do like sweet supercuts.
Mattel suit Intellivision. Yeah, there's also that. Mattel, like, we wipe our ass with Intellivision. Yeah. All right. I'm boying this place to the ground. Yeah, he's the fucking Bill is that guy from you ever see Office Space?
Yeah.
That's him. He's a little fucking.
I'm going to burn this place to the ground.
Yeah. I ordered a margarita with no salt on the rim, and you put salt on the rim, and I'm gonna burn this whole place to the ground.
We're going to move you to the basement.
My stapler. Yesterday you came and you took my stapler. It's a red swing line stapler, and I really like it. I don't like the other staplers; they get stuck. Like, shut the fuck up. You got a case of the Mondays. I love fucking Office Space. I've never worked in an office, thank God. But I would be like the guy from Office Space, just like not giving a shit. You know,
I've never worked in an office either. If an office is anything like that, I think I'd love to work there.
I'd be the guy like you've been missing a lot of work lately. I'm like, I wouldn't say I was missing it. Intellivision treated Tommy like fixing the glitch, but Amico still burned to the ground. Yeah. That's one of the best parts of the movie. Like, he wasn't getting paid, or he was still getting paid due to a glitch in the system. So we just fixed the glitch. but you told them, nah, we find that these things will just kind of work themselves out. I love fucking Office Space.
That's almost what happened to your company, wasn't it?
Yeah, almost.
At one point, they almost fixed your glitch.
Yeah, but I fixed the glitch by just not coming to work, whatever.
Yeah,
I love them. I don't like what I do. What I do sucks. But I like where I work because I just show up when I want, and I take days off whenever I feel like it, and I can just do whatever I want when I get there. I get a lot of freedom at my job, is what I'm saying.
yeah.
All right. This comes to us from PC Gamer. Harada says Tekken 8 won't have de novo. Tells whining fans to stop your tedious allergic reactions to every single thing and sit quietly. Sit the hell down. De novo is everyone's least favorite anti-piracy software. The DRM, which comes as a sneaky passenger alongside games like Payday 3, Far Cry, and inexplicitly Ghostwire Tokyo, have been accused of causing performance issues, not without reason, in the games it comes with, and is generally regarded as an unwelcome guest pretty much wherever it's used. So perhaps we should take heart, because although Tekken 8's end-user license agreement currently says the game will use de novo's anti-tampering tech, Game director Katsuhiro Harada has come out and denied that's the case in the strongest possible terms. Who do you believe over this? Do you believe the end user license agreement, which has to go through the company, has to be signed off on, has to conform to regular standards for the government and stuff, or the games director?
I think if I was going to put money on it, and especially since I've heard this director speak, I'd probably put my money on the thing that had to go through regulation.
Yeah, I always err on the side of government regulation,
The legal
right?
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, if it's gone through some sort of legal channel, and it's like, especially when it comes to the end user license agreements, because Europe has a huge boner for like screwing companies over, not screwing, but like suing them and putting them in their place for bad end user license agreements. I would err on the side of, yeah, that's probably the one that's right. Because they could always be like, well, this guy's talking out his ass, right? This is not like legally binding, him saying this stuff. That's legally binding, right? And you're not going to put something in there that isn't true, right? But let's see what he says. In a response to a now deleted tweet from a fan, Harada said, the current Tekken 8 end user license agreement is, quote, probably simply a copy paste of Tekken 7 or something. That sounds very convincing, guys. It's probably. I'm not sure. Like, how do you debunk something with the words probably? It's probably. Or something.
Doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence when he's saying that they've copy pasted the ULA from another game.
But he said probably. He's not even sure. Or something. That doesn't fill me with any confidence.
That probably covers his ass then, doesn't it?
Yeah. That probably is doing a lot of heavy lifting, is what I'm saying. Although he's not certain of that, and that he has, quote, no plans to introduce de novo or anything else in Tekken 8. Well, here's the thing. Harada can have no plans, right, as the director. But when the company says, hey, dude, you've been overruled, we're putting de novo in there, right? Pretty sure that's what really matters. He's not the owner. If he was like the owner of, what is it? Who makes Tekken? Was it Bandai?
Yeah.
Namco.
Yeah, Namco.
Right. If he owned Namco, then I'd be like, yeah, maybe his words have some weight, right? But he's not. You have boards of directors. You have other people that are in charge, CEOs and stuff. They're the ones making the decision. You're just a director of the game, right?
Yeah.
Why not find a position in the company that doesn't suck? Well, my position doesn't suck. It's just my job that sucks, right? I work in the testing factory for the dildos, so it's not a great job. Pays the bills. Someone's got to do it, right?
Yeah, it's a living.
Yeah. Harada isn't wrong. No one gives a chef a bunch of shit while they're still cooking. They wait and judge the final presentation. Why is this different? Well, this is why it's different, Super J. Imagine you went to a restaurant, right? And you sat down and you looked at the menu. The menu said, this hamburger has, it's made out of fake meat. It's all vegetarian. You go, I want a hamburger with meat. And he goes, oh, don't worry. That hamburger has meat in it. And you're like, but the menu says it's a vegetarian burger. That there's no meat in this restaurant. It's a meat-free restaurant. He's like, no, that they just probably copied that menu from last year's menu. Don't worry about it. Would you trust that you're going to get meat in your hamburger? Right? If they didn't want people to talk about the end user license agreement, it shouldn't have been released already. Right? Right. So he probably could have stopped there, but this is Katsuhiro Harada we're talking about. Or, quote, busting into a guy's stream threatening to show my power vein. So perhaps inevitably, he's got a bit more colorful with it. I'm not sure what the tweet Harada was responding to originally said, but it clearly got his hackles up a bit. The game director implored the fan to, quote, stop your tedious allergic reactions to every single thing and sit quietly. And then, in case you weren't clear, he added, sit the hell down. Again, we've rightfully said that Tommy Tallarico, CEO, should not be talking to fans this way. So, no, Katsuhiro Harada, you do not get a pass. You do not get to collect $200. No passing go, right? You shouldn't be talking to fans like this. It is a simple concern. They're like, hey, your end user license agreement says it has de novo. What the fuck's up with that? You just be like, no, that's wrong, right? No need to be an asshole. Well, that's that. Unless it's not. To be frank, despite Harada's vocal and vivid denial, I'm not sure I necessarily buy that de novo's absence from Tekken 8 is a sure thing. It wasn't the last game, after all. Plus, the man himself said he's not sure if the current version of the end user license agreement is a cut and paste of Tekken 7's or not. Could the software have snuck in beneath Harada's notice? I don't know. But if the game comes out in future and somehow does actually end up featuring de novo, I wouldn't be enormously surprised. It'll be a while until we find out. Tekken 8 has no firm release date just yet, but we do apparently know about its roster thanks to a recent leak and some trailers out of EVO. But as someone whose last Tekken game was 3, all I want to know is if Heihachi stoically tossed his grandson out of a helicopter again. No throw, no buy. Wow, you're funny. You're funny, Mr. Joshua Wollens. But no, I definitely am not like just gonna believe this guy because he said a thing, right? Yeah. Harada delivers games, so he has a pass for years. Harada, not the only Japanese developer that straight up tells fans to shut them up. Yeah, I know. What's his name does the same thing. The guy from Bayonetta. That was the Bayonetta guy's name. He's another asshole. He is. He was the one. Remember when like they were complaining about Bayonetta? He's like, shut the fuck up. It's like if you don't talk to me correctly, you're fucking black. He was like blacking people. Like,
but he did that. It was jokingly. He was doing it. I think mostly, wasn't it?
No, it was serious.
Wasn't it like a badge of honor to get blocked by him?
Yeah, because people are like, this guy's a dick. Like it's a badge of honor to get blocked by him.
I think there's an element of it because that guy before was Japanese. This guy's Japanese. There must be an element of it that's like kind of lost in translation where he thinks this is how you speak to people and it just translates badly.
I think there's an element of like the rebel, like the Japanese are seen as a stoic people that are like nice and calm and like I'm the bad boy Japanese guy that's like, yeah, look at me, I'm like Americanized, fuck you.
The guys in the games industry are mavericks.
Yeah. I'm the beer drinking, ass kicking, because I think the guy for what the hell is his name? The guy who does Dead or Alive, he's the same way. He's like leather jacket, smoking, like fucking look at me, I'm a badass. Fucking love titties.
Well, you'd have to love titties to make Dead or Alive.
Yeah, well, not the recent ones because
they've gone woke, have they?
They've gone woke, yeah. Because they want to be an Evo, and Evo's like Evo gone woke, and so they're like they can't show revealing costumes, they can't have jiggle, they can't do this because people will complain.
No, Dead or Alive, dead then.
It is
dead to me.
I don't know if we covered this, but since you brought up Evo and going woke, this was from last month. So there was a big Street Fighter 6 tournament, okay?
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they did not check people's computers, right?
Right. I don't like where this is going.
So they didn't check people's computers. And, well, let me just pull up the article. Street Fighter 6 tournament accidentally broadcast Chun-Li nude mod to the world. So the guy's playing in the tournament. He picks Chun-Li. He forgets that he has the nude mod in the game set for on Chun-Li. And then, in front of the entire world...
And Stop Reset Please was also a strong Street Fighter 5 player as well. But here we are. Going with
tournament. And let me how do I
How does the commentators handle this?
It's funny. How horny have you got to be to add nude mods to a game? The answer from Skogaman, yes. The top comment can't be beaten. Never borrow this guy's stick. I've always thought that it's like nude mods were a weird thing, right? Like, especially to like Street Fighter, you're like really complicated. Like, you can't really beat off while like you're trying to pull off complicated moves in Street Fighter, right?
No, well, I haven't tried, but I'm assuming it would be difficult.
Everyone knows being naked adds extra frame rates. Hey, when that happens, that's what I'm saying. Those perverted modders are the real heroes. They're the ones who crack the games and get modded. Yeah, I mean, I never got like, yeah, I want to make the character naked. Like, if I want to see naked people, like, just watch regular prawn, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a prude. Organizer Corner to Corner has subsequently apologized for the incident, amusingly enough, referring to it as a mistake in which graphical mod was accidentally left on for a few seconds. Corner to Corner says it hugely regrets that this happened, and the mod is now removed. Nothing like this will ever happen again. We ask for your understanding from the excellent community that we are a part of. It also clarifies that it was the host mod and not one of the players. Street Fighter 6 is 18 plus, says the heroic co-commentator as Chun-Li jiggles about before the stream is cut, as you can see.
It was the host mod.
Yeah.
What, meaning one of the tournament organizers?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So just I thought that was crazy. Like, you want those deep fakes once in a while? Nah. I think deep fakes are terrible violation of people's civil rights.
He is right, though. Sometimes you get tired of regular prawns.
You get jumbo prawns.
Yeah. King prawns.
All right, here's our last article. This comes from Variety. Apple sued over Tetris by Gizmondo editor, who alleges film stole from his book about Soviet game. By Todd Spangler. Now, right off the bat, I have not read this article, right? Because I wanted to go into this one fresh. Because immediately, my thought was, well, if this is real, right? There's a real event and there's a real story. You can't own history, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, so if his book is detailing a real historical event with facts and accuracy, right?
Uh-huh.
And then someone makes a movie about the same event, there's going to be overlap because it's a real event, right?
Yeah,
So
it wasn't though, was it? I read the bit of this, right? But the movie, it was a movie, right? On Apple, it was sensationalized. It wasn't real. Most of it.
Right. But so Apple, the movie is sensationalized, right?
Uh-huh.
But the guy who wrote the book is alleging that they stole from his book, right? So is now the guy admitting that his book is also sensationalized and fake?
Well, you have to be, wouldn't he, at this point?
That's what I'm saying.
It's like you say, if he's saying that they stole the story from him, he's made up most of the story. It can't be a historical event that he's reciting because there would be overlap, lots of it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So now the guy's just basically like, hey, I bullshitted about how Tetris worked, and they stole my bullshit, and so now I'm going to sue them, right?
Well, the real story behind Tetris is supposed to be pretty boring, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, let's read the article. It says Dan Ackerman, editor-in-chief of tech news site Gizmondo, alleges Apple TV Plus film Tetris illegally copied from his book on the popular video game in a lawsuit he filed seeking at least $4.8 million in damages from Apple and others. Ackerman's The Tetris Effect, the game that hypnotized the world, published in 2016, is about the game's origins in the former Soviet Union and the fight for its global licensing right. The lawsuit touted the book as a literary masterpiece and described it as, quote, in the style of Cold War spy thriller. According to the lawsuit, Ackerman sent a pre-publication copy of the book to Tetris Co. in 2016, but that company refused to engage in a deal with him for any projects related to the book and sent him a strongly worded cease and desist letter. Okay. So is he going to allege that they read his book and then copied what was in his book?
Yeah.
But usually, if you send things unsolicited to a company, they usually do not read it for these very reasons, right? And that's why
they say that. They say they haven't, and then they liberally rob it.
Yeah. In the lawsuit filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Manhattan, Ackerman asked the court for total monetary damages of at least 6% of the film's estimated $80 million production budget, which worked out to $4.8 million. Well, okay, I don't understand this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he want 6% of their production budget?
He wants 6% of the $80 million production budget. How much did it make?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I could see if he was like, I want 6% of the film's estimated.
Well, if it bombed, you would want the production budget rather than the box office, right? It must have bombed.
But it's on Apple TV, so it's not.
But it was released in the cinema, right? It was released.
No.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it's just Apple TV. It was like an Apple TV exclusive. It's like a Netflix original. Like it's just on the streaming service.
Yeah, it's not got any box office.
That's what I'm saying. Like I could see like, hey, I want 6% of like that month, like whatever month they released.
Well, that
like,
would be hard to quantify. So that's
what I'm saying. Like if you go like, if it released in March, right? It'd be like, I want 6% of the Apple TV's subscription numbers from March, right?
Yeah,
that would make sense because you're like, these people probably watched the movie or were potentially to watch the movie, and I want 6% of the like $9.99 or whatever it is per customer, right? That makes sense.
Uh-huh.
But like, this is the production budget. Like, what if the production budget was real low? It's like, sorry, we only spent $1 million making this. Like, would he still want 4.8 million? Is what I'm saying. Like, it seems weird that it would be production budget.
I think maybe they calculated out the damages and just said that is what equates to 6% of the 80 million production budget.
The only thing maybe he's saying like that this is what they would have spent if they had licensed it from me. Like it would have been 6% of their budget.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know.
Obviously, he's had legal teams looking at this and saying what his damages should be.
Yeah. 56K says yes, but the way the book is written, if the movie takes parts of it into their movie, they have a case. They can't prove they read it for each chess move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Apple TV login shares. That's what I'm saying. Go with that. Those numbers. That'd probably give you more money anyway.
Well, it was saying there before that 88,000 people watched it. 88,000 viewers in its first 2 days. That surely can't equate to a lot of money.
Sure it can. How much is it for Apple TV?
But that wouldn't be. You've got tons of shows though, other than just Tetris, the Tetris movie.
Yeah,
like that doesn't sound like a lot. 88,000 in 2 days.
Let's see. Apple TV Plus. What does it cost?
According to Samba TV research panel of 3.1 million smart televisions who tuned in for at least 1 minute, Tetris drew 88,000 out of the 3.1 million households that tuned in.
Yeah, you know Samba TV is not accurate, right?
No, I don't know who they are. I'm just
they're a company that you have to opt in on your smart TV, and it tracks what you watch, and then they extrapolate that data in order to get their numbers. But because of their numbers are already, it's not. So what I'm looking for, you know how like Nielsen ratings, they specifically look for families in order to give a sort of not diverse, but you know what I'm saying, like an accurate picture of the country, right?
All right. Okay.
Like different levels of education, different levels of money, income, and different races, family sizes, all that stuff, right? In order to
Yeah.
get an accurate representation of.
And
Whereas
the age
Samba,
brackets as well. Yeah.
yeah, well, Samba is based on people who bought it and opted in, so
Okay.
there's no way they're not controlling the the representation as far as the numbers. So it could be like 88,000 old people, right? And then that doesn't extrapolate out because maybe it's just old people watching it, right? Or maybe it was just females or like kids or whatever. So their numbers are not accurate. And Apple TV, like Netflix, Disney Plus, they don't release the numbers. So Samba TV is just what everyone goes by, but it's not necessarily true.
Right. Okay. And I bet they sell your data as well, sneaky bastards, don't they?
Probably. Alternatively, the suit said Ackerman is entitled to recover from statutory damages up to $150,000 per copyright infringed from the defendants for willful copyright infringement, along with attorney fees and costs. The lawsuit accuses Apple and the other defendants of copyright infringement and alleges unfair competition by screenwriter Noah Pink, Tetris Co., and Tetris CEO Maya Rogers. Why is not Phil Adam named in the lawsuit? He's the guy who brought Tetris to America.
Yeah.
That's really got like how could he still go out with that, right? Like, I'm the guy who brought Tetris to America. And you're not mentioned in the book and the movies. Like, no one's talking about you. Like, either you're the forgotten guy in the Tetris legacy or you're full of shit, Phil Adam.
I don't know if it's escaped your attention that Phil Adam is shameless at this point.
In a statement provided to Variety, the Tetris Co. said it was reviewing the lawsuit. They don't believe it has any merit, but are not prepared to say anything further at this point in time. Oh, that means they're guilty. They're guilty.
Yeah.
The Tetris film is substantially similar in almost all material respects, including specific chapters and pages of said book that were simply adopted from the book to the film without plaintiff's knowledge, authorization, or consent. According to the suit, after having reviewed the entire book that Mr. Ackerman wrote, Ms. Rogers then used Mr. Ackerman's work, for which defendant Pink developed a screenplay, the contents of which was taken from the book and deceptively made into a film project without plaintiff's knowledge or consent, which included the lack of any optioning or licensing rights. Tetris premiered globally on Apple TV on March 31st. According to Apple, the film is based on the true story of American video game salesman Hank Rogers and the discovery of Tetris in 1988. When he sets out to bring the game to the world, he enters a dangerous web of lies and corruption behind the Iron Curtain. So there it is.
They must have just thought that the book was an accurate representation of what had really happened, and just thought, nobody will notice.
Yeah.
Like you said, they must have thought it was all true.
So it is going to be funny if this goes through and he wins. And it's like, how will this play out, right? Because again, if it's an accurate representation, this is what happened. There's statements, and unless there's something in the book that's like definitely didn't happen. Like, this car chase never happened. I just threw this in the book, and they threw it in the movie, right? Then you're like, oh, and that's how we know, because the only way they could have got it is from the book, right?
Yeah.
And it'll be weird. It'll be weird. I look forward to Phil Adam giving a statement on this and letting the world know why or why not it is a good lawsuit.
That's how they got them. The guy that wrote the book deliberately omitted Phil Adam from the story. The movie never mentioned him, so it must have been copied.
Could you imagine?
Phil is the key.
Could you imagine they go to trial and then we get to see fucking Phil Adam? The defendant would like to call to the stand Philip Adam. Philip, you were there when Tetris was taken from the Iron Curtain. Can you describe the events that happened? Was this car chase accurate to history? Because if it's accurate to history, then plaintiff did not steal, right? The defendant did not steal if this is an accurate representation. Or did the plaintiff lie and embellish these events? Please, Philip Adam, tell us. Tell the court. Tell the world. What happened.
He's like, the car chase did happen, but I was the driver.
I was in there. Me and Tommy were in the car. Yeah. Phil Adam forgot about his involvement in Tetris. No comment. While you're on the stand, could you tell us about the Amico, Phil? Why we got you here in court? Would you like to tell us about that 17 million?
Amico getting bankrolled by Apple.
No, but could you imagine?
Yeah.
I bet you that would happen.
It's one of them alternate universes.
No. If I was a lawyer, right? Like if I was a lawyer and Phil Adam, like the defense called Phil Adam to the stand to verify the events or something, right?
Mm.
And it's my job I got to discredit Phil Adam, right? Because he's going against my narrative. He's gonna cost me this lawsuit, right? So I would definitely be like, hey, what is your current position, Phil Adam, CEO of Intellivision Entertainment? Is it true that your company promised refunds and have not given them? Like, oh, well, where are you going with this, Mr. TGG? Hey, his word is what this lawsuit hinges on, and we have to establish his character, right? And I'm establishing that his character is a lying sack of shit, Your Honor. And I would definitely bring in the Amico shit. Like, is it true that you worked on a Coleco Chameleon?
He's like, no, I barely know those guys.
It's like, I just came in to talk about Tetris. Stop bullshitting me. Where'd you do it? Smashes $10,000, you son of a bitch.
I'm gonna email them back next week, I promise.
DJC's still waiting for his Amico. You let him down. It would be great. It would be great. Get Phil on the stand. We could turn this Amico situation around in one lawsuit. I'm all for it now. Speaking of lawsuits and shitty things that happen, did you hear what happened to our buddy Luke yesterday?
No. Was he involved in a lawsuit?
Not a lawsuit, but some tomfoolery, some fuckery was afoot yesterday. So we all know Luke's awakening. Good guy, great guy. I love Luke. Luke's a great guy. Yesterday, he decided he was going to do a watch party live stream where he watched the Attack of the Giant Eels. It is a public domain movie.
Right.
So he's watching it. He gets about 30 minutes in, and his stream got shut down by YouTube. Completely
we've been there. We've been there, man.
He got emailed from YouTube saying that he violated copyright and everything. But it's literally public domain movie. It's like a 1940s or something movie. It's like black and white movie. So they screwed him over.
Well, is he appealing it?
I don't think so. He was very frustrated, and because he was going to do it week to week. He set up a whole thing where like it looked like a movie theater with like things on the side and like a seat for him, and like he was sitting there, like doing mystery science theater.
Yeah.
It's basically what we did, but like more,
but more legal.
Yeah. And they shut him down.
Damn,
shut him down. And I guess he removed the video because it says video unavailable. This video has been removed by the uploader. So I guess after they hit him. So,
well, hopefully it gets it resolved because it's a good idea. Like you say, we tried something similar and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and that's why I was surprised because we literally showed what fucking like
we could have been brained.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We had like 3 Neil Breen movies. We watched the entire movie from what's his name, Matt Jarbo's movie.
Yeah,
we watched those 2 fan films. Shit, we watched like 4 fan films.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
So, I mean, at any point, and I'm saying if it was automated, right? I think somebody targeted Luke because if it was automated, like we've watched so much content that should have been flagged that I don't understand why we didn't get flagged and he got flagged like real hard. No, it sucks.
It's a shame. Don't be fucking with Luke. He's a good guy. Whoever's fucking with him.
All right. With that said, it's time to go to the polls. We all love the polls. Excited? You excited?
I forgot about the polls. I've got to be honest.
Phil couldn't point out Rush on the map. Oof. I bet DJC eats corn the long way. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. All right. So I said, which Intellivsion Amico game getting released on non-Amico consoles and Steam are you most excited to try? Astro Smash, Dynablaster, or Shark Shark? 69 votes. Overwhelming majority. 52%. Astro Smash.
Yeah, don't understand this.
That's the one I want. I want to play Astro Smash. I don't like Shark Shark. I've never liked Shark Shark. Astro Smash is a fun little shooter. It's a shoot 'em up.
No, I can't believe Shark Shark beat Dynablaster.
Dynablaster, it looks like a cheesy little fucking Bomberman clone.
So I want to play it.
You just play Bomberman.
No, I want to play that.
Well,
I want to play Dynablaster.
Let's see what the comments have to say. I think some people might have missed what was going on, but Bone says, definitely Earthworm Jim 4. I need that game in my life.
There was
Mr.
no
Jan.
other option.
Yeah, Mr. Yan says, why is Cornhole not here? I love the graphics and physics. Devil Mingy, probably Astro Smash overall. The early access of Dynablaster did nothing for me, and the more I see of Shark Shark, the less I'm confident I would ever want to finish 10 levels of it. Days Gaming says, I'm too excited to pick just one. Get on D's says, well, Cloudy Mountain or Night Stalker for me. But from your list, I guess Astro Smash. 56K warning. I'm waiting for the fourth option to get funded. Rabbit Dude, how about none of these games? Can that be an option?
No, you have to pick one, Rabbit Dude.
Beefy Bite, Shark Shark, only because Junior Beefy would probably like it. Specky Horace. If Astro Smash is anything like the original, it'll be overly long, too easy, and boring as all hell. Dynablaster looks like a crap Bomberman clone you might have stumbled upon on PlayStation 1 demo disc and tried once. And Shark Shark's cheap look is actually offensive. The gameplay looks essentially identical to the original, so I just played that. I actually thought that the Night Stalker remake looked good, and that was a really good game on the original Intellivision. Unfortunately, that's not being released. Balding 187, Night Stalker is what I really want. Let's keep it real. That's just more of Tommy's fake games, just like that Endless Runner, either the Running Man. CFL tournament, all of them. You know the haters are going to comb through them looking for placeholder graphics and sounds. True. Bellstar, Shark Shark, Astro Smash is too generic. Dynablaster is just Bomberman, but they're all very mediocre. Frederick Coster, Night Stalker, Cloudy Mountain, the third. The end. Tommy Amico says, Steam, you mean Pirate Bay? No. Damaged Provider Module says none. And then Finbar Saunders says, Dynablaster. I want to try Dynablaster. So if there's a way for me to try Dynablaster, that would be awesome. You get what I'm saying, Frog?
I think I've made my thoughts quite clear there.
I don't. I'm not sure. You can tell me after.
Okay.
So, there's that. Dynablaster is Bomberman's special needs cousin.
That's what I mean. I want to have a go. I haven't seen anything of it. This is what I mean. I've seen Astro Smash and Shark Shark.
You didn't see Cyrus playing Dynablaster?
No, I'm not going to either. I want to get my hands on it. I want it to be fresh.
All right. 2 days ago, I asked you guys, do you want to see us do more reaction type content? 65 votes. 31% says, I don't care. Don't care. 18% said no. And 51%, again, overwhelming majority. The people have spoken. Yes. And
I
it's
guess
good
it's yes then.
because I got something planned for next Friday.
Oh, next Friday.
Yeah.
I may not be able to make next Friday.
I mean, unless you want to do it right now. You can do it right
Not
now.
really. 6:30 a.m. UK time. No, I don't think so.
How long is Attack of the Giant Leeches?
I don't
Let's
know.
get our stream shut down. No. There's a video recommended to us by Scythe Jackal.
Oh,
It is.
that's a blast from the past.
It is. And the video's Legend of Zelda, the satanic influences of Legend of Zelda.
Is it something that Scythe has made himself?
No, it is a channel that has a whole bunch of videos saying, look at this game and why it's satanic and why it's the devil, the symbolism, and that they're trying to corrupt your mind and
Right.
make you be like evil.
Because I can't ever forget Scythe's legendary Mario and his grilled cheese.
Oh, he has a whole universe going on right now.
Shit, really?
Yeah. Of like Smash.
I think
Brothers.
we've got a reaction content lined up right there, man.
Yeah. All right.
He has to be here for it though. He's got to be on where we react it.
56K warning says reaction segments always get people in chat involved. So yes, lol. Just the views. If that means you pause every 5 seconds, then yes, please. Myself in comics. C. Finbar Saunders says, please God, no. User Foo 8PF8WW5U. Who is we? Do you have multiple personalities?
That guy
Never
tore me
said-
apart. That guy, I don't know who that guy is, but he tore me apart.
Well, I
And
didn't
Trevor.
say we. I said us, not we. And I said Tony, Finbar, and Top Loaded Gaming. Baker has rumbled us. Me and Top Loaded are in reality just Tony's alt. Finbar, are you active with any following anywhere on social media? There are so many small YouTubers / Twitch streamers that are super active putting up content. Those types are the perfect, and Tony needs someone with at least a small audience and not a person with no following and a guy who doesn't upload anymore.
See,
I didn't see this.
not only did they have a go at me, had they got Trevor as well there.
Yeah. You know what? You're right, dude. I should quit, huh? Yes. Goodbye. Bye. He waved you away, man.
No, is mine not showed up at the bottom because I like to get the last word.
No, yours didn't show up. It
Damn.
must have been really bad.
It wasn't bad. Try newest, sort by newest, and then do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, we go.
You flipped them off with a smiley face.
I have to get the last word in. I don't know. I don't want to sound horrible or like a prick here, but I don't know I don't recognize that guy's name.
I don't either.
So clearly he's not in the chat tonight, but he's telling
Beef-
me and Top Loaded to fuck off. You know.
Yeah. And then I should get a better crew, a more notable.
The only guy that's going to tell me to fuck off is this guy above me, and that's it. I'm
crew.
sorry.
Finbar needs Amico. Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Beefy Bites says you should react to my videos to give me views. Oh, and like and subscribe. I actually stumbled on a channel not too long ago. It is what the hell is the name of the channel? Fuck. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It is called. I gotta look through my subscription feed here. Orbital Bacon? Orbital Bacon. Yeah. Orbital Bacon. He puts up these compilations of like Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. He's got the commercials. You could sit down with a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops and like put on his compilation like 2.5 hours of like cartoons, like Cadillacs and dinosaurs and like old commercials. Just sit there.
So he gets away with this and looks awake and gets copy struck.
Well, I don't know if he gets away with it. He might not be monetized.
Right. But Luke wasn't, was he?
Yeah, I think he is.
Was he monetizing it? Right, okay.
So, yeah. All right. Let me pop up the screen again. It says, is it cheating to use a controller with a turbo button? 108 votes. This was the most voted out of the 3 polls. This one was the one that you guys all woke up like, hey, I got to fucking vote on this. 14%, only if it's not first party made. 42%, close, says no. Winning by a hair. 44%, yes. I think it is cheating. You should have to hit the button with your hand. But let's see what people have to say. I'll sort by new because YouTube sucks at comments.
I didn't vote on this one, but I would say, like international track and field. If you're using a turbo button to do the 100 meters, then yeah, it's cheating.
Agree. Sneaky B, who is a blast from the fucking past. One of the original haters coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, like it's cheating to pay for your Ferrari oil changes with Amico pre-order money. Everywhere Community says yes, but it's the same as using cheat codes to get extra lives. Andy Author says no, because basically my hands can't take it anymore. I know, that's what she said. Seriously though, try playing Nightmare Busters without a turbo button and you'll soon see what I mean. Yeah, there's a code you can put in to get an auto fire selection in the options menu. But then you get criticized for using a cheat code. So there's really no way you can win. But I stand by my opinion that a turbo button is not cheating. Get on D says it's a leg up if anything. Bellstar, they were very common and it's theoretically possible to bash the buttons very quickly. Then you have to do it. That's the point. Like if you have to do it physically, right?
And it's fucking hard to do that.
Myself in comics, very confused. No idea what that means. I said old games didn't have turbo fire built in. I don't know what that is.
I love how Bianca just comments anyway, just to get those engagement numbers up.
I said shooting faster than normal. Oh, then it should be fine if everyone is allowed.
It's like, it reminds me of when she was commenting on that GTA 6 leaks video, and those guys were saying, "Why are you even here?
What are you even doing here, Bianca?" Valve X says, I needed, to be honest, playing the torture scene in Metal Gear Solid 1 as a kid gave me terrible carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
You Super J. It's cheating if the game never had an auto fire. Turbo was not the intention of the programmers. That said, I use turbo all the time. I also use save states, and that's cheating as well. I may complete the game, but didn't really, quote, beat it. Except Blaster Master. That's the only game I can beat with one guy. Edited for grammar. Thank you for editing.
Yeah, you don't want to set Tony off.
Yeah. I get triggered. 56K warning. With competitive games, it is indeed a yes. Tommy Amico says, TurboGrafx 16 came with it in the box first party, so it's always context specific. Which is why, Tommy, I said...
Yeah, that's designed with it.
Yeah, well, that's why I phrased it very clearly. Is it cheating to use a controller? And then it says, only if it's not first party made. Super Gamer says, I don't think so personally. Some people can't do rapid fire all the time because it's putting strain on their hands. And having alternate options like turbo fire is fine, in my opinion. But that's the point.
Yeah.
It's like, is it okay if I have a motorized scooter in the marathon race? And like, no, you have to run. That's the point. Well, I can't run as long as some people. It's like, no, well, then I guess you lose.
The point is, are you invested enough in this game to do yourself lasting damage to your hands? Yeah. And if you are, then you're a real gamer.
Yeah, our members let us down. Ask us anything. Not a single question. Not a single comment.
Yeah. We got to get it up. When you put that up today, right? That's got to go up earlier in the week, I think. Maybe. Give people time. Because I was going to comment again and ask where are these member badges, but I can't keep asking the same question, especially when I'm the one trying to work on them.
Yeah. 56K Wing says she's like the younger sibling just wanting to join in.
Yeah, we love her for it, man.
Yeah, Bianca's awesome. All right, well, that's it. 5-hour show. I think it was
Shit.
it's pretty good. You got any last words? You got any projects you're working on, Finbar? Now that you've been called out,
It's pertinent. It's pertinent that you say last words because that's probably what I'm going to be giving you when she finds out I've been on here for 5 hours. So I've been called out.
You've been called out
I
to
have, yeah.
make content and have a small following.
But you guys all know, all you guys in the chat know, I'm never going to do anything right. You know that, don't you?
No.
I can't speak for Trevor. I know Trevor doesn't really upload much anymore, but I don't think he cares anymore. But
no idea.
If you want me to make something, I'll make something. I'll take a few more wildlife videos. How's that sound?
Sounds fantastic.
Okay.
You got to get us a following and then tell them to come over here.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for watching. Also, I would like to make this the official announcement. Because I was forced to create a Rumble account in order to see those comments on the Mike Mullis video, we will now be uploading Geek Getaway content to Rumble. That's right. If you don't want to watch us on YouTube, you can always watch us on rumble.com.
Yeah. We're leaving YouTube.
No, we're not leaving YouTube. But Rumble is the official platform of choice. They are now going to organize our videos. They're going to handle it. They're going to put it on other platforms. They're going to license it out. We're going to make all kinds of money. We're going to make all that Rumble money, that big Rumble money. So we will be on Rumble, and I don't know. Maybe we're going to start doing some exclusive Rumble content. Maybe the outtakes. Maybe the spicy Rumble videos.
The X-rated stuff can go on Rumble.
Yeah, we can give you the full Chun-Li nude mod video because Rumble's not afraid to get in there. Who knows? Who knows what kind of craziness we're gonna get up to? So there it is. We're on Rumble now. Deal with.
I might even show my ass. Who knows?
Yeah. I might even let him. So. That's it. That's all I got. You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Love, peace, booty grease. I'm out this bitch.